What price would you pay for love that defies the boundaries of life and death? Beneath the layers of earth, far from the sun's warm embrace, shadows flickered in the dim corridors of the underworld, where the air hung heavy with secrets. Pluto, the god who ruled this dark domain, felt a tremor ripple through his eternal solitude, a stirring that was both exhilarating and terrifying. The moment was pregnant with possibility, and something was about to shift in the very fabric of his existence. As the ghostly whispers of lost souls echoed through the cavernous halls, a single name ignited a fierce longing within him: Proserpina, the daughter of Ceres, vibrant and radiant. Her laughter once filled the meadows of the world above, but now it was merely a haunting memory, a flicker of light in a realm where shadows reigned. The seed of desire he had planted deep in his heart sprouted into an insatiable yearning, one that threatened to consume him whole. Would she accept him, or would her spirit rebel against the abyss? In the distance, the gates of the underworld loomed, eerie and foreboding. The wind carried the faint scent of earth and decay, swirling with the anticipation of an impending storm. Pluto's heart thundered in his chest, a rapid cadence echoing the battle between hope and despair. What if she rejected him? What if the light of her spirit was forever beyond his reach? The stakes were monumental. The desires of a god clashed with the fate of a mortal. Above ground, the world was painted in strokes of life, filled with laughter and warmth, while he remained trapped in this twilight existence, yearning for the vibrant soul whom he could never fully possess. Proserpina was the embodiment of spring, a force of nature that could thaw the frost encasing his heart. But love, as he had learned, often demanded sacrifices that cut deeper than any blade. Would he risk it all for a chance to hold her, to feel her heartbeat against his own? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the land, Ceres, her mother, felt an unsettling shift in the air. An omen whispered of the terrible choice ahead. Would she be able to protect her daughter from the clutches of the dark god? Every moment stretched like a taut bowstring, ready to snap into chaos at a mere breath. Would the bonds of love prove strong enough to survive the chasm that separated their worlds, or would they shatter like fragile glass? In that moment, the fates intertwined, and the very essence of love and loss pulsed through the underworld. Pluto's resolve solidified. He would not shy away from the shadows. He would seize the chance to alter both their destinies. The night held its breath, and the stage was set for a confrontation that could ignite a love story transcending the realms of the living and the dead. A tale steeped in longing, sacrifice, and the relentless pursuit of a flickering light in an endless dark. The abyss awaited, and so did fate. The sky crackled with tension as the earth trembled beneath the feet of gods and titans. A storm was brewing, not of wind or rain, but of destiny. In the darkened recesses of the cosmos, the threads of fate were being woven tighter, and in this chaos, the underworld began to take shape. In the beginning, there was only chaos, an endless void of emptiness and darkness. From this abyss emerged Gaia, the earth, whose first act was to give birth to Uranus, the sky. Together, they created a world filled with wonders, but they also birthed the Titans, beings of immense power and strength. Among them, Cronus was the most fearsome, wielding his sickle with ruthless intent. As the youngest son of Uranus and Gaia, he would soon become the harbinger of great change. Cronus, fearful of his father's might and the prophecy of being overthrown, took desperate measures. In a chilling act of betrayal, he castrated Uranus, casting his severed parts into the sea. From the frothy waves, a new life emerged. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, rose from the depths, reminding the Titans that creation often comes from destruction. As Cronus claimed the throne and ruled over the Titans, he became consumed by paranoia. The whispers of fate grew louder. The prophecy that one of his own children would rise against him haunted him like a ghost. To prevent this, Cronus swallowed each of his offspring at birth, devouring them whole, as if to snuff out their potential before it could even begin to bloom. But one child, the youngest and most resilient, was spared. Rhea, Cronus' wife, hid her newborn son in a cave on the island of Crete, instead offering Cronus a stone wrapped in swaddling clothes. The Titan, oblivious to the ruse, swallowed the stone whole, while the true child, Zeus, grew in secret, nurtured by nymphs and the nourishing milk of the divine goat, Amalthea. Zeus would become the spark that ignited a revolution. With cunning and courage, he gathered his siblings, Hestia, Hera, Demeter, Poseidon, and Hades, who had been trapped within their father's belly. Together, they formed an unbreakable bond, united by their shared anguish and thirst for freedom. The rebellion was not just against Cronus, but against the very fear that had gripped their lineage. The day of reckoning arrived. Thunder rumbled, and lightning split the sky as Zeus and his siblings launched their assault. The Titans, caught off guard, fought valiantly but ultimately fell before the united might of the Olympian gods. One by one, they were defeated, and the heavens bore witness to this epic clash. And in that chaotic battle, Hades emerged, not just as a god of the underworld, but as a figure shaped by the shadows of betrayal and fear. His brothers, Zeus and Poseidon, claimed dominion over the sky and the sea, leaving Hades with a realm that was often seen as a dark and lonely prison, a fate he had not chosen. Yet even in the darkness, Hades found strength. The underworld was born from the ashes of the Titanomachy, a place where souls would journey after their mortal lives had ended. It was a vast expanse, a cavernous domain filled with sorrow and secrets. Rivers of forgetfulness, like the Lethe, flowed through its depths, and the eerie sounds of wailing spirits echoed in the stillness. Here lay the fields of Elysium, a peaceful paradise for the noble souls, and the dark corners of Tartarus, where the wretched were condemned. Hades, with his stern gaze and imposing presence, crafted this underworld with meticulous care. He adorned it with shadows and embraced the haunting stillness. Yet it was not a realm of mere despair. It was a place of balance, where the cycle of life and death was respected. Hades ruled with fairness, though his demeanor was often misunderstood. He was not the villain that myths painted him to be. Rather, he was a guardian of the departed, a keeper of their stories, their hopes, and their fears. Pluto, as Hades was known to the Romans, became a figure of fascination. The very name inspired dread and reverence in equal measure. As he roamed the underworld, he observed the souls that passed through, each carrying the weight of their earthly lives. He listened to their stories, the joys and sorrows that defined their existence. In those whispers of the past, he found a kind of beauty that resonated deeply within him. But not all was serene in this shadowy domain. Hades faced challenges even in his kingdom. The living often feared him, calling him a grim reaper when he was, in fact, a keeper of balance. They would offer sacrifices and prayers, hoping to appease him, to keep their loved ones safe from the clutches of death. Hades watched with a mixture of sadness and resolve. He understood the fear of mortality, but he also grieved the misunderstandings that clouded his existence. One fateful day, amidst the whispers of the dead, a new presence stirred in the underworld. Persephone, the goddess of spring, entered Hades' realm, drawn by curiosity and an undeniable connection to the dark god. Hades watched her, captivated by her light. She radiated warmth in a place that thrived on shadows. With every step she took, the air shifted, and Hades felt an unfamiliar emotion bloom within him: love. Their meeting would change everything. Hades, once seen as a mere shadow, would open his heart, revealing the depths of his soul. But as he reached for that light, he could not shake the haunting truth of his existence. To love Persephone would mean to risk her light fading in the darkness of his world. Their bond began to intertwine, a dance of shadows and light, echoing the very essence of life and death. And as they stood together in that eerie silence, the balance of their worlds began to shift, setting the stage for a tale that would resonate through the ages. A tale of love, choices, and the eternal struggle between darkness and light. In the shadows of ancient stories, a chilling whisper echoed. The underworld awaited. It was a place where light dared not tread, filled with secrets and the memories of souls lost to time. The air was thick with an eerie stillness, punctuated only by the soft rustle of leaves from ghostly trees. Here, the living feared to wander, yet the dead found solace. Before the gates of this somber domain stood Charon, the weary ferryman, with his hollow gaze and boat of decaying wood. The river Styx, curling like a serpentine maw, glimmered under a pallid moon, a barrier between the world of the living and the eternal darkness. Each soul that approached felt the weight of their past, their choices, a lifetime of joy and sorrow etched upon their faces. The coin for passage lay heavy on their tongues, a simple obol, yet for many, it signified their last connection to the world they once knew. Beyond the river, the landscape twisted into a labyrinth of despair. Here, the souls wandered, their forms flickering like candle flames in the wind. Some were shackled by regret, unable to move forward, while others cried out for redemption. In this haunting expanse, the fields of asphodel stretched endlessly, a gray sea of wispy grass where the indifferent souls existed. They hovered, neither punished nor rewarded, lost in an eternal state of longing. But not all journeyed to the same fate. The righteous found their way to Elysium, where the air was sweetened with the laughter of heroes and the warmth of the sun, a stark contrast to the cold grasp of the underworld. This was a paradise where time was but a gentle stream, flowing endlessly in a golden haze. Each soul here danced, their spirits unburdened, surrounded by the beauty and joy they had once known. Yet, even in paradise, echoes of the past lingered, a reminder of the life once lived and the choices that had carved their destinies. Then there was Tartarus, the deepest pit of despair, where the wicked were condemned to suffer unyielding torment. Here, the air was thick with the cries of the damned, their anguished wails rising like smoke. It was a place of eternal punishment, where the sins of the past manifested in grotesque forms. The Titan Prometheus, bound to a rock, faced the relentless pecking of an eagle, his immortal liver regenerating only to be devoured again. His torment became a symbol of the ultimate sacrifice, a reminder of the price of defiance against the divine. As the souls traveled further, they encountered the three judges of the dead, Minos, Aeacus, and Rhadamanthus. With eyes that pierced through the very soul, they weighed the hearts of the departed on golden scales, measuring the deeds of a lifetime. Each judgment was final, the verdict sealing a soul's fate in the tapestry of the underworld, forever woven into the fabric of existence. The tension hung in the air, thick and suffocating, as the echoes of decisions made long ago reverberated in the gloom. Yet, there was more than just punishment and reward in this dark expanse. The whispers of forgotten rituals danced among the shadows, as the living sought to communicate with the dead. The ancient Greeks performed sacred rites, calling forth their ancestors, yearning for guidance. They believed that the line between life and death was fragile, that the wisdom of the departed could illuminate the paths of the living. Ghostly figures would emerge from the darkness, their presence a chilling reminder of the thin veil that separated the two worlds. The underworld was not merely a destination. It was a complex tapestry of emotions, a reflection of humanity's deepest fears and desires. With every step, the souls carried their stories, woven with threads of love, betrayal, courage, and despair. The landscape itself seemed to pulse with the weight of their experiences, echoing the universal struggle against mortality. Memories drifted like autumn leaves caught in a restless breeze, flickering moments of laughter, love lost, and dreams shattered. Here, the living found a mirror, a reminder of their own fragility. Could they escape the fate of wandering these desolate fields, or would they too be claimed by the shadows? Beneath the surface, currents of emotion swirled, drawing the reader into the depths of despair and hope intermingled. The souls, though lost, carried with them the whispers of their lives, stories that spanned centuries, connecting generations across the void. As the darkness loomed, it intertwined with the light, each flicker of existence illuminating the path ahead. Amidst the gloom, the haunting figures of the past lingered, their presence palpable. The shades of warriors fallen in battle, lovers separated by fate, and those who had never found peace walked together in silence. They were bound by an invisible thread, their stories merging into a single narrative of existence, an intricate tapestry that spoke of humanity's eternal struggle against the unknown. The structure of this underworld was both daunting and captivating, a reflection of the human psyche. It emerged as a labyrinthine maze, each turn revealing a new layer of understanding, of grief, of hope, of redemption. Here, every decision echoed, every tear shed became part of the landscape, shaping the souls that wandered through its depths. As the stories of the departed unfolded, they intertwined with the living, creating an unbreakable bond that transcended time. The energy of their experiences pulsed through the very fabric of the universe, a gentle reminder of the connections that define existence. In the silence of the underworld, the echoes of laughter and sorrow resonated, a symphony of life and death that played on in the hearts of those still breathing. The underworld was not just a final destination. It was a journey, a continuous loop of emotion, memory, and the relentless quest for meaning. Each soul carried a spark of life, and within that flicker lay the essence of humanity, a reminder that even in darkness, light could find a way to shine. The tension hung heavy, an electric charge in the air, as the next chapter of existence beckoned, waiting to unfold its own story within the eternal dance of life and death. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the whispers of long-forgotten souls, a place where shadows danced and the past lingered like an unwelcome guest. Beneath the surface of the world known to the living, an entire universe thrived, where deities and spirits played out their eternal dramas. Here, time flowed differently, and the weight of lost hopes and unfulfilled promises clung to the air like a heavy fog. In ancient Greece, Hades ruled this grim domain, not simply as the god of the dead, but as the overseer of a realm filled with both dread and wonder. His very name sent shivers down the spines of mortals, for to utter it invited the dark specter of death closer. Yet, beneath his stern exterior lay a complex figure, one who desired balance between life and death. With his dark hair flowing like the river Styx, Hades sat on a throne carved from the bones of the forgotten, his piercing gaze scanning the souls that drifted through his kingdom. It was not just a place of punishment, but also a refuge for those who had lived their lives with honor. The river Styx, a boundary that separated the living from the dead, wove through the underworld like a serpent, its waters swirling with the memories of those who had crossed. Charon, the silent ferryman, rowed his boat with a grim determination, his eyes hooded and knowing. Souls, pale and trembling, awaited their passage, clutching the coins placed on their eyes by loved ones, a final, desperate offering for safe passage. With each pull of the oar, Charon transported them across the dark waters, never looking back, never revealing the burdens he carried within. And who could forget Persephone, the queen of the underworld, whose very presence brought both life and decay? Abducted from the sunlit meadows by Hades, she now ruled alongside him, a paradox of light and dark. Her sorrowful beauty enchanted the souls that wandered the shadowy halls, but beneath her ethereal grace lay a deep longing for her mother, Demeter, goddess of the harvest. Each year, as she returned to the surface, the earth flourished with flowers and fruits, but when she descended back into the depths, a coldness swept through the world, mirroring the ache of her heart. As the seasons changed, so did the souls that entered the underworld. The light-hearted laughter of those who had lived fully would soon fade into a haunting silence. The spirits danced on the edges of oblivion, lost in a maze of memories that spiraled around them like autumn leaves caught in a whirlwind. Some found solace among the shadows, while others roamed restlessly, their regrets echoing in the halls of the dead. In the farthest reaches of this dark kingdom, a figure shrouded in mist emerged, the Furies, relentless spirits of vengeance. Their eyes burned with the fire of 1,000 grievances, and their voices rose like a tempest, calling for justice against those who had wronged the living or the dead. Clad in tattered robes, they swept through the underworld, their presence igniting fear in the hearts of even the most hardened souls. They were the guardians of retribution, swift and merciless, a reminder that every action carried weight, and every sin had its price to pay. In Egypt, the afterlife was no less intricate. Osiris, the god of the dead, presided over the judgment of souls with a calm and benevolent demeanor. As the ruler of the Duat, he welcomed those who had lived justly, a beacon of hope in a darkened world. His heart, weighed against the feather of Ma'at, determined the fate of each soul. Those who had lived a life of virtue would find eternal peace in the field of reeds, a paradise where they could feast and celebrate, while the wicked faced the fearsome Ammit, a creature that devoured the unworthy. Anubis, the jackal-headed god, was ever present, guiding souls through the labyrinth of the afterlife. His eerie gaze held both compassion and authority, ensuring that each spirit's journey was properly honored. With deft hands, he prepared the bodies for burial, anointing them with oils and wrapping them in linen, a sacred task that signified respect for the deceased. The mummified forms would rise again, transformed and ready to face the final judgment. In countless cultures, spirits of the dead were honored and invoked. The Celts whispered to the ancient gods of the underworld, seeking favor and guidance for their loved ones who had passed. The Norse revered Hel, the goddess who ruled over those who died from sickness or old age, a solemn figure adorned in half-living, half-decomposed form. Her domain was not a place of cruelty, but a reminder that every life has its cycle, a necessary transition that every soul must face. With each tale, with each god and spirit, the mystery of the afterlife deepened, wrapping around the hearts of those who dared to contemplate it. Fear mingled with fascination, and the stories of the afterworld seeped into the fabric of the living. There was something hauntingly beautiful about the way these deities shaped the fate of souls, intertwining lives long gone with those still walking the earth. As the night deepened, the boundary between life and death blurred, and the souls of the departed found their way back to the dreams of the living. They whispered their secrets, their regrets, and their love, weaving a tapestry of emotion that connected generations. The gods of the underworld listened, their presence felt in every heartbeat, every sigh, as they guided the living through the shadows of their own fears and aspirations. The realm of the afterlife was never truly empty. It pulsed with energy and emotion, drawing in those who sought answers. Those who turned their gaze toward the dark, who dared to look beyond the veil of reality, found themselves inexorably drawn into the stories of the deceased, the eternal dance of gods and spirits that shaped their destinies. And as the sun began to rise, casting its golden light over the world, the echoes of the underworld filled the air, a reminder that life and death are two sides of the same coin, forever intertwined, forever mysterious. In the soft glow of dawn, when the world holds its breath in anticipation, a miracle whispers through the fields of Sicily. Amidst the dew-kissed flowers and the gentle rustle of leaves, Ceres stands, her heart both heavy and full. The goddess of agriculture, with hair flowing like golden wheat, gazes lovingly at the earth beneath her feet. This sacred soil, rich and dark, not only nourishes the plants but cradles the essence of life itself. Today, her heart beats for a deeper reason, one that intertwines with the very pulse of the earth. Ceres is pregnant, and with every passing moment, the weight of her anticipation grows. She can feel the stirring inside her. A tiny soul, vibrant and wild, is preparing to join the world. Yet, the joy she should feel is tinged with a whisper of foreboding. The earth, after all, holds secrets that even a goddess cannot foresee. Unbeknownst to her, a darkness lurks, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. As she walks through the fields, Ceres plants her feet firmly in the soil, each step resonating with ancient magic. The flowers bloom in a riot of colors, reaching toward her, drawn in by her warmth. She bends down, brushing her fingertips across petals as soft as a baby's breath, and she murmurs sweet blessings over them. Every whisper is a promise of a bountiful harvest, a nurturing spirit that will soon radiate from her daughter. In the depths of the earth, Gaia, the earth goddess, stirs. Her heart beats in sync with Ceres' own, and she feels the excitement in the air. For centuries, she has cradled the seeds of life, and now, she prepares to welcome another being into her embrace. But even the earth goddess knows that joy and sorrow often walk hand in hand. The bond between Ceres and Gaia is powerful, yet there's an ominous current that thickens the air, a fate entwined with Proserpina's birth. As the sun climbs higher, casting golden rays over the land, Ceres feels an urgency deep within her. She wanders to a secluded glade, a secret spot where the trees weave a canopy overhead, filtering the light into a magical glow. Here, Ceres feels safe, away from prying eyes. The glade is a sanctuary, untouched by the world's harshness, and she lets out a sigh of relief. But soon, that peace shatters, like the sharp crack of thunder in a clear sky, when a tremor shakes the ground. It begins as a soft vibration beneath her feet, but it quickly evolves into a violent rumble. Ceres's heart races. The earth is alive with energy, and in that moment, she knows something is coming. She casts her gaze downward, her intuition screaming that the womb of the earth is stirring. Is it a sign? A warning? With a sudden burst of panic, she clutches her belly, feeling the life within her respond to the chaos surrounding them. Then, in a blinding flash, the ground splits open, revealing a chasm that seems to pulse with an otherworldly light. Ceres stumbles back, her heart hammering in her chest. The air is thick with tension, and an icy chill creeps down her spine, wrapping around her like a vine. As the ground vibrates, she knows that something ancient and powerful has awoken. The very fabric of her joy is threatened, and in that moment of dread, she understands that her daughter's fate is intertwined with that of the earth itself. A figure emerges from the chasm, cloaked in shadows yet radiating a magnetic pull. It is Hades, the god of the underworld, his presence both alluring and terrifying. Ceres feels the air grow heavy as he steps forward, his eyes glinting with an unfathomable desire. In a voice that rumbles like distant thunder, he calls out to her, "Ceres, daughter of the harvest, I seek the one who will change my realm forever." Time seems to stand still. Ceres, filled with dread, instinctively steps back, her instincts screaming at her to protect her unborn child. The earth beneath her feels like a precarious edge, a threshold poised between abundance and desolation. She musters her courage, channeling the strength of all the goddesses who have come before her, and responds with a voice that quivers but remains resolute. "You have no claim over her, Hades. Proserpina is a child of light, a spark of life. She belongs to the sun and the soil." But Hades, with a smirk that sends shivers down her spine, replies, "Her fate is not solely in your hands. The threads of destiny weave with darkness and light, and she will be drawn to me. You cannot shield her forever." With those words, an unsettling chill fills the air, and Ceres feels a shadow loom over her dreams. The flowers that once bloomed brightly now wilt, sensing the impending doom. The once familiar world around her trembles, and Ceres knows that she must act quickly. With fierce determination, she gathers her strength, calling upon the forces of nature to protect her daughter. Even as her heart aches with the weight of impending loss, a sliver of hope flickers within her. Proserpina, the child of both Ceres and Gaia, holds a power that the gods do not yet fully understand. As her body brings forth new life, the very earth itself seems to tremble in anticipation, knowing that the birth of this child will send ripples through the realms of both gods and mortals. And so, in that glade, where shadows dance and light intertwines, Ceres prepares for the arrival of her daughter. In the silence that follows Hades' chilling declaration, the world holds its breath, waiting for the moment when Proserpina will emerge, a being of radiant beauty destined to change the fates of all. With each contraction, a symphony of emotions swells within Ceres: fear, love, and fierce protectiveness. The air crackles with energy, the earth underneath her a living tapestry of anticipation. The time is near, and the culmination of her hopes and the weight of her dread draw closer together, weaving an intricate dance that will lead to an uncertain future. In that charged moment, between light and shadow, the first cries of Proserpina pierce the air, echoing like a bell that tolls for both joy and sorrow, marking the beginning of a new chapter that intertwines the destinies of the goddess, her daughter, and the dark god awaiting in the shadows. The sun hung low in the sky, casting golden rays that danced across the fields of Sicily. In this idyllic setting, Laughter echoed like a sweet song carried by the gentle breeze. Proserpina, a young girl with hair like spun gold and eyes as bright as the clearest sky, ran barefoot through the wildflowers. Each step she took awakened the earth, petals springing to life beneath her touch. In that moment, she was not just a child. She was a living embodiment of innocence and beauty, delighting in the world around her. Her laughter was a melody that enchanted everyone who heard it. The nymphs who guarded the forests would pause in their playful games to listen, and even the ancient trees seemed to bend closer, wanting to share in her joy. Proserpina loved her life, filled with the colors of nature and the warmth of love from her mother, Ceres. Their bond was a tapestry of devotion and laughter, a beautiful connection that could weather any storm. But there was a whisper in the air, an unseen tension that lingered like a shadow at the edges of sunlight. As Proserpina twirled among the daisies, her innocent heart remained blissfully unaware of the fate that loomed just beyond the horizon. The earth trembled softly, and the skies darkened as if they were holding their breath, waiting for a moment that would change everything. One fateful day, while collecting flowers, Proserpina wandered farther than she ever had before. The enchanting blooms beckoned her deeper into the meadow, each petal a promise of new adventures. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a hidden glade, a paradise untouched by time. It was there she felt it, a shiver of uncertainty creeping up her spine, a feeling that something was watching her. Yet, the beauty surrounding her dulled the warning bells in her mind, and she dismissed it with a flick of her wrist. In that glade, the world transformed. The air shimmered with magic, and the colors were more vibrant than anything she had seen before. Flowers whispered secrets of the earth, and a cool breeze wrapped around her like an embrace. But amidst this beauty lay danger, lurking in the shadows, hidden in plain sight. Hades, the god of the underworld, had taken notice of her, drawn to her like a moth to a flame. He watched, a storm brewing behind his dark eyes, captivated by her innocence. As Proserpina danced among the flowers, a single black flower caught her attention. Its beauty was unlike anything she had ever seen, dark yet alluring. She knelt to touch its petals, and in that moment, Hades emerged from the shadows. The ground trembled beneath her feet as he stepped forward, cloaked in mystery and power. Proserpina gasped, feeling a mix of fear and fascination. His presence was both terrifying and intoxicating, and she could not look away. "Come with me, sweet maiden," he said, his voice smooth as silk, yet it carried an echo of the abyss. "A world awaits you, one filled with wonders beyond your imagination." Proserpina's heart raced. She felt a pull towards him, a magnetic connection that both thrilled and scared her. But the innocence that defined her pushed her to resist. "No," she whispered, trembling as she realized the danger. "I cannot leave my mother." The words were barely out of her mouth when the darkness deepened around her. Hades's expression changed, his eyes narrowing like a predator closing in on its prey. With a sudden movement, he reached for her hand, and the earth shook violently in response. Before she could react, the ground opened beneath her, pulling her down into a veil of shadows. The laughter of the meadow faded into hollow echoes, and the vibrant colors melted into grim hues. Proserpina cried out, a sound filled with desperation, but it was swallowed by the darkness. The world she knew, the laughter and love, vanished like a dream upon waking. As she fell, time seemed to stretch, each heartbeat echoing in the silence. She was terrified, yet there was a flicker of excitement in her chest. What lay below? Would there be light? As the abyss enveloped her, a strange calm washed over her. She remembered her mother's voice, filled with warmth, and the way the sun felt on her skin. Those memories became her anchor in the swirling darkness. When Proserpina opened her eyes, she found herself in a realm unlike any she could have imagined. It was vast and eerie, filled with shadows and whispers. Ghostly figures drifted by, lost souls trapped in eternal twilight. Yet, amid the despair, there was a beauty that shimmered, an allure that called to her. Hades stood before her, his eyes softening, revealing a glimpse of the man behind the god. "You are safe with me," he said, his voice a blend of honey and gravestones. Proserpina felt her heart flutter, confusion swirling within her. She had been torn from her world, yet here was a strange comfort in his presence. It was as if he offered her a choice between two lives, one filled with sunlight and laughter, the other steeped in mystery and shadows. Days passed in this new existence, each one a blend of fear and fascination. Hades revealed his kingdom to her, showing her the beauty hidden beneath the surface. The gardens of the underworld were unlike any she had seen, filled with flowers that bloomed in the darkness. They spoke to her, sharing stories of lost love and regret. Proserpina found herself enchanted, torn between the enchanting world around her and the love she had left behind. Yet, with each passing moment, a deep longing grew within her. She missed her mother, the warmth of the sun, the laughter that once surrounded her. As she wandered the gardens, she felt an ache in her heart that no beauty could soothe. The darkness was beautiful, but it was also lonely. Hades watched her, his expression a mixture of admiration and frustration. He had captured her, yet he could not possess her heart. The shadows that had once seemed enticing now felt like chains, binding her to a fate she did not choose. The beauty of her earthly life remained alive in her memory, a flickering candle against the encroaching night. And so, in the depths of the underworld, Proserpina stood at the crossroads of her fate, her innocent heart caught between two worlds, yearning for the light of her past while drawn to the darkness of her present. The turmoil within her grew, as she realized that she could not stay in this shadowy paradise forever. The call of her mother echoed like a haunting melody, and the earth trembled with the weight of choices yet to be made. The sun dipped low in the Sicilian sky, casting golden rays through the lush branches of olive trees. In that tranquil moment, as the breeze whispered secrets to the leaves, one could almost hear the soft laughter of a girl echoing through the woods. This was no ordinary place. It was the Garden of Enna, a hidden gem where myths intertwined with reality. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers, sweet and intoxicating, drawing the unwary deeper into the grove's embrace. But among the beauty, shadows danced, hinting at an unsettling truth that lay just beneath the surface. Proserpina, the goddess of spring, was not merely a figure of worship. She was the very heartbeat of the garden itself. Her sacred grove thrived under her gentle touch, every petal and blade of grass imbued with her essence. Yet, the deeper one wandered into this enchanting paradise, the more that essence morphed into something darker, something yearning and restless. The story whispered through the ages spoke of Proserpina's duality. Her joy in the garden often contrasted with the sorrow that awaited her below. As the sun melted into twilight, the golden hues of the garden surrendered to the deep indigos of dusk, cloaking the grove in an otherworldly glow. It was here that the air crackled with tension, where laughter faded into silence, replaced by the soft rustling of leaves, as if nature itself held its breath, anticipating what was to come. Every corner of the garden told a tale. The ancient olive trees stood sentinel, gnarled and wise, their roots dug deep into the earth, guardians of time and memory. Tales of the harvest festival celebrated in her honor echoed through the boughs. Villagers would gather, their voices rising in song, celebrating the bounty of the earth and Proserpina's return each spring. Yet, on the edges of this jubilation, a shadow loomed, her impending descent into the underworld, a fate sealed by love and loss. One could almost hear the pomegranate seeds tumbling, each one a reminder of her capture by Hades, the god of the dead. The garden, once a place of unity, now bore the weight of her sorrow, each blossoming flower a reflection of her bittersweet existence. The beauty of life intertwined with the inevitability of death. This duality held the grove hostage, a place where joy and despair danced hand in hand, waiting for the inevitable moment when the seasons would change. As twilight deepened, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a young boy, his eyes wide with wonder, as bright as the stars that began to dot the sky. He ventured cautiously, drawn by the allure of the grove. Each step he took was layered with the mystery of ages past, and for him, the garden wasn't just a myth, it was a reality begging to be understood. The boy knelt by a bubbling spring, the water clear and cool, reflecting the last vestiges of daylight. He cupped his hands, drawing the liquid to his lips, unaware that he was sipping from the very source that connected him to the divine. In that moment, the grove seemed to pulse with life. A tremor ran through the branches, and the flowers swayed as if welcoming him. The boy felt a rush of warmth, a connection to something greater than himself. Yet, a fleeting shadow passed overhead, a dark figure that had not forgotten the power of the garden. It was a reminder that not all who entered the grove did so with pure intentions. The balance of joy and sorrow teetered dangerously close to tipping. Suddenly, a cry pierced the stillness, a haunting wail that echoed through the trees. It was Proserpina, her voice a melodic lament that sent chills down the boy's spine. He looked around, panic rising within him. "Who's there?" he called out, his voice trembling. The garden seemed to respond, the flowers bowing their heads, their colors growing dimmer. He could feel the weight of her sorrow wrap around him like a shroud. It was as if the very essence of the garden mourned with her, the earth shaking with her grief. The boy, feeling an inexplicable pull, rose to his feet, compelled to find the source of the haunting song. He followed the sound, weaving through the trees, branches brushing against him like fingers urging him onward. Each step filled him with a mix of fear and exhilaration. The further he went, the more he discovered. A world untouched by time, yet heavy with a history that seeped into the soil. At the grove's center stood a cluster of pomegranate trees, their ripe fruit glistening with temptation. It was said that those who tasted the fruit would be bound to the underworld forever. The boy hesitated, transfixed by their beauty and the danger they represented. This was where Proserpina's fate had been sealed, and the air grew thick with the weight of her choices. Each pomegranate was a story, a whisper of the past that begged to be heard. A rustle drew his gaze, and there she was, a figure cloaked in ethereal light, her presence both comforting and chilling. Proserpina appeared before him, her hair cascading like golden strands of sunlight, her eyes pools of sorrow and wisdom. "You seek answers, young one?" she asked, her voice a blend of honey and heartbreak. She stepped closer, and the garden held its breath as if drawing in the very essence of her spirit. "I didn't mean to intrude," the boy stammered, awestruck. "I just wanted to see the garden. Many come seeking beauty, but few understand the price of its existence." Her gaze pierced through him, revealing the truths he had yet to comprehend. The garden was more than a sanctuary. It was a battleground of emotions, a sacred place where love and loss collided, where even a goddess could be forever changed. In that moment, the air shifted again, a chill creeping in as the shadows lengthened. Proserpina's expression darkened, reflecting the turmoil of her existence. "I am bound to this grove, yet I am also bound to another world, one of darkness and despair. Each spring I return, but I am never truly free." The boy felt the weight of her words settle into his bones, the sorrow palpable. The garden, once a vibrant tapestry of life, began to feel like a cage, each flower a reminder of the chains that bound her. It was beautiful, yet haunting, a testament to the struggle between light and dark, joy and anguish. "Will you remember me?" Proserpina's voice trembled, the question hanging in the air like a fragile thread. The boy could only nod, tears stinging his eyes. He realized that her story was not just hers alone. It was woven into the fabric of humanity, a reflection of every heart that loved, lost, and yearned for freedom. The garden continued to pulse around them, alive with stories waiting to be told, a cycle that would never truly end as long as the earth turned and the seasons changed. And as darkness enveloped the grove, the boy stood rooted in place, the weight of eternity pressing down upon him. The shadows swirled, and Proserpina's figure began to fade, the echoes of her laughter mingling with the whispers of the trees. It was a promise and a farewell, a connection forged in the sacred soil of the garden, binding him to the myth and the truth of her existence. The night deepened, but the garden remained aglow, alive with the tension of countless tales waiting to unfold. And within that sacred space, The boy knew that he had not just visited Proserpina's grove. He had stepped into the very heart of a legend, a truth that would echo in his heart forever. The story of the Garden of Enna continued to swirl around him, a melody of joy and sorrow forever intertwined, inviting him to listen, to remember, and to embrace the delicate balance of life itself. The air was thick with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, their vibrant colors painting the meadow in hues of yellows and pinks. In the midst of this beauty, Proserpina danced, her laughter mingling with the gentle rustle of leaves. The sun bathed her in golden light, casting a warm glow around her. Little did she know that this idyllic moment was about to be shattered by shadows lurking just out of sight. As the day wore on, a dark figure emerged from the depths of the underworld. Pluto, the god of the dead, watched from afar. His heart, often described as cold and unfeeling, thudded with a sense of longing. The beauty of Proserpina was a stark contrast to his gloomy realm, and he yearned to possess that light for himself. His chariot, pulled by fierce black horses, awaited him, ready for the descent into the world above, where sunlight chased away the darkness he called home. The ground trembled as Pluto approached, but the flowers continued to bloom, blissfully unaware of the storm approaching. Proserpina twirled, her long hair flowing behind her like a cascading waterfall. It was a moment of pure bliss, but it was tinged with something else. A whisper of danger that hung in the air. A shiver ran down her spine, a premonition she couldn't quite understand. It was as if the very earth was warning her. Without warning, the earth split open beneath her, a gaping maw that revealed the dark chasm of the underworld. Proserpina gasped as she felt the ground give way, her laughter turning into a scream that echoed through the valley. Pluto emerged, his presence commanding and terrifying. He reached out his hand, strong and unyielding, and in that moment, Proserpina realized she was no longer in control of her fate. The world around her vanished in an instant. She was pulled into a vortex of darkness, surrounded by the sounds of her own terror. The flowers she had so lovingly danced among were now far above, mere memories trapped in the light. She was kidnapped, ripped from the arms of spring and plunged into the cold embrace of winter. Panic surged within her as she was dragged into the shadows, her cries swallowed by the underworld's silence. Pluto looked at her with a mix of desire and desperation. He believed that by taking her, he could fill the void in his heart, the emptiness that ruled his existence. But as he drew her closer, he saw the fear in her eyes, a reflection of his own loneliness. It would seem that this powerful god, who commanded the dead, was as lost as the souls he governed. In that moment of connection, something shifted, but it was lost beneath the weight of his unyielding intent. As they descended further into the underworld, the air grew colder, sharp as a winter's night. Proserpina struggled against his grip, her heart racing with each passing second. "Let me go," she pleaded, her voice a fragile whisper against the oppressive silence. But Pluto remained resolute, his mind set on holding his prize. She was to be his queen, his light in the darkness, but all she felt was the crushing weight of despair. The shadows of the underworld began to swirl around them, whispering secrets of the damned, tales of lost souls and unfulfilled dreams. Proserpina could hear their cries, the echoes of lives once lived, and her heart ached for the freedom she had lost. She was not just a prisoner. She was a symbol of life itself, caught in a battle between the realms of light and dark. As they reached the gates of the underworld, the grand entrance loomed before them, adorned with bones and grief. Pluto paused for a moment, his eyes scanning the horizon. He could feel the energy of the earth above, the pulsing life that thrived in the spring air. But here, in this realm of shadows and sorrow, Proserpina was his only spark of hope. "Why did you take me?" she whispered, the tears glistening in her eyes. The weight of her words seemed to hang in the air, punctuated by the silence of the dead. Pluto's gaze softened, for a fleeting moment, and the mask he wore cracked just enough for her to see the truth beneath. A truth of longing, of a desire to be understood. "I cannot live in the dark forever," he replied, his voice low and heavy. "I thought you could be my light." In that moment, the dichotomy of their existence collided. Proserpina felt a flicker of sympathy for this god who had taken so much yet seemed so lonely. But the warmth of empathy was quickly snuffed out by the reality of her situation. She was still the prisoner of his desire, lost in a world she did not belong to. With a sudden surge of resolve, Proserpina pulled away from him, her heart racing as she searched for a way out. The echoes of the underworld grew louder, drowning out her thoughts in a cacophony of despair. She could hear the lamentations of those who had come before her, their stories intertwining with her own, a tapestry of love, loss, and the unrelenting grip of fate. But just as she began to believe she could escape, Pluto's grip tightened. "You cannot leave," he said, a hint of desperation threading through his voice. "You belong to me now." "Belong?" Proserpina screamed, her voice ringing with defiance. "I do not belong to anyone." Her words reverberated through the dark halls, startling the shadows into silence. In that moment, the layers of fear began to peel away, revealing a strength she hadn't known she possessed. The world felt as if it was holding its breath, balancing on the knife's edge of destiny. She could either succumb to the depths of despair or fight for her freedom. The choice was hers, despite the chains that bound her in this dark place. And as she faced Pluto, the god of the underworld, a flicker of hope sparked within her. A hope that perhaps even in the darkest of times, light could find a way to break through. And just as Proserpina summoned the strength to push against the darkness, the ground tremored once more. The gates of the underworld stood before her, a stark reminder of the conflict raging within. Pluto's eyes narrowed, a storm brewing in his heart as he wrestled with his desires. Would he let her go, or would he hold her tighter, ensnaring them both in the shadows of longing and despair? The battle was not just for Proserpina's freedom. It was a tug-of-war between love and possession, light and darkness, life and death. The air crackled with tension as their fates hung in the balance, waiting for the next moment to unfold, holding its breath for the inevitable clash of their worlds. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the sprawling fields where golden grains danced in the wind. But beneath this serene surface, a tempest brewed. Ceres stood alone, her heart heavy with sorrow as she gazed out over the land that thrived under her care. Her beloved daughter, Persephone, had been stolen away, dragged into the depths of the underworld by Hades himself. The very earth seemed to mourn with her, the flowers wilting, and the trees bending as if bowing to the weight of her grief. The whispers of the ancient world echoed in her mind. The stories told of how Ceres had nurtured the crops, bringing forth life from barren soil. But now, the once vibrant fields felt like a shadow of their former selves. Each blade of grass, each ear of corn, was a reminder of the daughter who would not return. Ceres' sorrow was palpable, wrapping around her like a cold shroud, stifling her breath. As she wandered through her desolate fields, the wind seemed to carry her daughter's laughter, a haunting melody that twisted the knife of her heart. Memories flooded back, Persephone twirling among the flowers, her joyful voice ringing out like chimes in a summer breeze. Ceres could still see her, sun-kissed and radiant, a bright light in the world that now felt impossibly dark. How could she have let her go? The question clawed at her insides, a torment that would not relent. Days turned into weeks and weeks into months. Ceres searched relentlessly, her heart a frantic drumbeat echoing through the realms. She reached out to anyone who might help her find her daughter, pleading with the gods, but her cries fell on indifferent ears. The sun rose and set, seasons changed, yet her heart remained frozen in the moment of loss. In her despair, Ceres descended into the underworld herself, a realm cloaked in darkness and despair. The air was thick and cold, every step a struggle against the overwhelming sense of hopelessness. Shadows whispered tales of the lost, of souls trapped and forgotten, and every flicker of movement sent chills down her spine. But she pressed on, driven by love, the fierce, unyielding love of a mother desperate to reclaim her child. "Persephone!" she cried out, her voice piercing the gloom. "I will find you. I will not rest until you are in my arms again." The echoes of her voice bounced back, mocking her resolve. As she ventured deeper, she caught glimpses of anguished souls who had been lost to the abyss, each one a reminder of what she risked if she did not succeed. Hades, enigmatic and powerful, awaited her in his throne room, a place adorned with shadows and lost memories. His eyes, dark and fathomless, held a knowing glint as he regarded her. "Ceres," he said, his voice smooth as silk yet cold as the grave. "What brings the goddess of agriculture to my realm? I demand my daughter back," she stated, her heart pounding in her chest. "You have taken her, and I will not allow her to remain in your grasp. She is not meant for this darkness." The fire in her voice wavered, but the determination behind it was unshakable. Hades leaned back, a sly smile playing on his lips. "Ah, but you know the rules, dear Ceres. Persephone has tasted the food of the dead. She is bound to this place as much as she is to you. You cannot have her until the cycle of the seasons permits." With those words, he sealed her fate, and despair threatened to consume her once more. But Ceres was not one to be easily defeated. The love for her daughter ignited a newfound strength within her. She raced through the underworld, gathering all the spirits she could find. "Join me," she urged them, her voice ringing with hope. "Let us rise against this darkness together. We will not let despair claim any more lives." With her rallying cry, shadows began to flicker with light. Souls that had long forgotten their names began to remember the warmth of the sun. United in their desire for liberation, they surged through the gates of the underworld, an army of hope against the encroaching darkness. Ceres led them, her heart beating in time with their cries for freedom. Yet, there was a tension that hung in the air, palpable and electric. For every moment spent fighting for her daughter, the world above bore the brunt of her grief. The earth began to wither, crops failed, and famine threatened to engulf the land. As she battled for Persephone, Ceres' very essence was being drained, her sorrow bleeding into the soil. As her resolve grew, so did the toll it took on her. The whispers of the earth became a chorus of despair, echoing her own. "Ceres, you cannot forsake us," they cried, and yet she felt bound to her daughter, to the hope of seeing her smile once more. "I will not abandon you, but I must find her." Her voice broke with the weight of her anguish, and she pressed on through the shadows, her determination giving way to exhaustion. Every step was a reminder of the life she had lost, and yet every heartbeat whispered another truth. Perhaps Persephone was not just a victim of Hades' machinations. Perhaps she was also part of a greater cycle, one that had to be respected. The struggle raged within Ceres, a fierce tempest of love and duty clashing against the inevitability of life's cruel designs. In the end, she had to make a choice. Would she allow the earth to remain barren for the sake of her daughter's freedom? Or would she recognize that, in order to bring life back to the land, she had to let Persephone embrace her destiny? Caught in this emotional whirlwind, Ceres felt the ground tremble beneath her feet, a harbinger of change, of something yet to come. Shadows danced and twisted around her as she called out once more, "Persephone, I will find you, no matter the cost." And with that declaration, the air thickened with possibility, a delicate thread connecting mother and daughter across the realms. Ceres' heart pounded, fueled by a love that refused to be extinguished. As she ventured further, she could sense the pull of her daughter's spirit, a distant light guiding her through the darkness. In that moment, the world held its breath, a fragile balance teetering on the edge. The search was far from over, but hope flickered like a candle in the night, ready to ignite into a blazing fire. Ceres would stop at nothing, for the bond between a mother and her child transcended even the darkest of realms. The search for Persephone was just beginning, and with every heartbeat, Ceres felt the storm brewing, ready to unleash its fury. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the world seemed to hold its breath. In that fleeting moment, the chill of the night lingered, but the promise of warmth and life began to stretch its fingers through the frost-kissed air. It was spring, a time when the earth awakens from its slumber, shaking off the heavy cloak of winter. The world transformed before our eyes, as if nature itself had flicked a switch, igniting a cascade of color and sound. In ancient times, people revered these changes. They gathered to celebrate the spring equinox, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They knew that with each season came a new chapter, a fresh start. The warmth of the sun coaxed new life from the soil, turning barren fields into lush gardens bursting with vibrant blooms. Flowers like daisies and tulips emerged, their petals glistening with dew, while the air filled with the songs of birds returning from their distant journeys. But the transformation did not come without its struggles. In the harsh grip of winter, survival was a battle. Animals huddled together in dens, their breaths visible in the frigid air. The earth, too, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the moment when the sun would peep back into its life. Yet, when spring finally arrived, it brought with it a sense of hope, a fragile yet powerful reminder that life persists against the odds. As the days warmed, people began to sow their seeds, both in the fields and in their hearts. Children laughed and played, their joy echoing through the landscape, as farmers tilled the land, their hands working in tandem with the rhythm of the seasons. The stories passed down through generations told of how the spring rains nourished the earth, helping crops grow tall and strong. These tales intertwined with the very fabric of their lives, teaching respect for the cycles that govern their existence. Yet, just as spring breathes life into the world, summer roars with unbridled energy. The sun climbs higher, casting long shadows that dance on the earth. The air is thick with heat and the sweet scent of ripening fruits. Families gathered under the boughs of great trees, sharing laughter and stories, while children chased fireflies in the twilight. The land flourished and the harvest was bountiful. Yet, even in this season of abundance, shadows lurked. History tells of droughts that ravaged towns, turning lush fields into parched deserts. The sun, once a friend, became a fierce adversary. In those times, communities came together, sharing what little they had, weaving bonds strong enough to withstand the harshest of trials. They learned to adapt, relying on each other, cultivating not just their fields but their relationships and resilience. Then came autumn, a bittersweet transition. Leaves transformed into a riot of colors, crimson, gold, and orange, as if the trees were on fire. The world took on a reflective quality, inviting contemplation and gratitude. In many cultures, this was the season of Thanksgiving, a time to honor the earth for its generosity. People harvested their crops, preserving them for the cold months ahead, and celebrated the abundance that had filled their tables. Yet, beneath the surface of this beauty, there was an undeniable melancholy. The air grew crisp, and the days shortened. As the last leaves fell, a sense of loss swept through the fields, echoing the very cycles of life. Children once again gathered by the fireside, listening to tales of old, reminding them that with every change comes both joy and sorrow. The stories of their ancestors whispered of the fragility of life, instilling a deep respect for nature's rhythms. Winter arrived with its stark beauty, covering the world in a blanket of white. Trees stood tall and silent, their branches heavy with snow, and the ground lay still beneath its icy layer. It was a time of dormancy, yet even in this frozen stillness, life persisted. Animals created intricate tunnels beneath the snow, while seeds lay dormant, waiting for the warmth of spring to awaken them once again. Through harsh winters, communities found warmth in solidarity. They huddled together, sharing tales of hope, reminding one another of the promises of the coming spring. The flicker of firelight cast shadows on the walls, and the laughter of children echoed like a distant song, a reminder that even in the coldest of times, there was light. Throughout history, the seasons have shaped not just the earth, but humanity itself. They have dictated the patterns of life, influencing migrations, agriculture, and even spiritual beliefs. The alignment of the stars and the changing winds guided ancient peoples, their lives intricately woven with the environment. They looked to the heavens, understanding that their fates were tied to the very cycles of nature. In those historical moments, every season brought with it a profound lesson, a reminder that existence is an ebb and flow, a continuous transformation. The stories told around fires in the depths of winter became the fabric of communities, each one a thread in the grand tapestry of life. As spring breathed life back into the earth, it also rekindled the spirit of humanity, driving them towards new beginnings. Each transformation, each season, spoke volumes of the resilience of both nature and man. As the earth danced through its cycles, humanity learned to adapt, to cherish, and to endure, experiencing joy and sorrow hand in hand. The seasons were not mere changes in weather but intricate stories of life, each one a chapter that flowed seamlessly into the next, a reminder that the beauty of existence lies in its constant transformation. And thus, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the cycle continued. The seasons would change again, and with them, humanity would rise and fall, eternally intertwined with the pulse of the world. Silent shadows enveloped the underworld, a place where even the bravest souls dared not tread. The air was thick with the scent of aged earth and sorrow, mingling with whispers of lost loves and forgotten dreams. In the center of this dark dominion sat Pluto, the god of the underworld, his rugged face illuminated by flickering torches that cast long shadows, stretching like the memories he held close. The weight of silence hung heavily around him, broken only by the occasional distant wail of souls wandering aimlessly, trapped in a realm far removed from the warmth of the sun. Pluto's heart, an enigmatic mix of stone and longing, pulsed with emotions that echoed through the caverns of his being. He was a god, yes, ruling over the dead, but behind the iron walls of his kingdom, he was also a man capable of love, loss, and regret. The tales of his past wrapped around him like a shroud, reminding him of Persephone, the radiant goddess of spring, stolen from the world above and forever entwined with his own fate. The mere thought of her brought forth a torrent of emotions, a flood that threatened to overflow, drowning him in nostalgia. He recalled the moment their eyes first met, amidst the blooms of a sunlit meadow. She was vibrant, full of life, a golden thread woven into the fabric of existence. It was a stark contrast to the dreary shades of his kingdom, where every corner spoke of despair and endings. Yet, there was a flicker of hope in her gaze. She saw beyond the darkness, caught a glimpse of the heart that beat within him, hidden behind layers of stone and shadow. He had been captivated, drawn to her like a moth to a flame, knowing that to embrace her light would mean inviting chaos into his meticulously ordered world. But chaos is a fickle friend, and love can be a double-edged sword. As Pluto sat on his throne, he could feel the icy fingers of regret wrapping around him, squeezing tightly. He had taken her into his realm, an act of desperation masked as devotion. In the depths of his heart, he knew the truth. He had stolen her from the sun, from laughter, from life. The underworld, while rich with its own kind of beauty, was barren compared to the lush fields where Persephone belonged. And yet, he loved her fiercely, a dark lover's embrace that made every moment feel like a bittersweet eternity. Memories crashed over him like waves against jagged rocks. He saw her wandering through the fields of asphodel, her silk gown brushing against the ghostly flowers that dared to bloom in the absence of sunlight. In those moments, she seemed to embody the delicate balance of their worlds. Her joy was a bright spark, while his sorrow cast a long shadow. Would she ever forgive him for this life he had forced upon her? The thought gnawed at him, a relentless ache in the pit of his stomach. The stories whispered through the halls of the underworld spoke of their love, but they also spoke of the price he had paid. The torches flickered in tandem with the memories that danced in his mind. The laughter shared, the quiet moments of understanding, the warmth of her hand in his. Summer days filled with stolen moments, where the two worlds collided in a brief, glorious explosion of life and death. And yet, with each passing year, as the seasons turned, the burden of that love grew heavier. He recalled their arguments, the way she had stormed through the halls, demanding to return to the world of the living, her voice a melody tinged with anguish. Plunged into despair, Pluto had watched as she turned away from him, her silhouette a haunting reminder of what he had lost. In the quiet of his throne room, Pluto felt a wave of desperation rise within him. He was a god, yet powerless in the face of love's demands. The souls of the departed whispered their stories, each tale a testament to the complexities of love and loss. A part of him envied their freedom, the way they wandered the fields of Elysium, forever seeking solace in the embrace of those they had loved and lost. And yet, here he was, holding onto a love that felt like a shackle, bound by duty and devotion. As the moments stretched on, Pluto's thoughts turned darker. He was a guardian of the underworld, a keeper of secrets, but the burden of his own heart was growing unbearable. What was his existence without her laughter to fill the halls, without the light she brought into the darkness? The walls of his kingdom seemed to close in around him, each stone a reminder of the life he had chosen, the life he had taken from her. He longed to break free, to cast aside the chains of his own making, but the reality was undeniable. Love and duty were entwined, an intricate dance that left him yearning for something that felt forever out of reach. In that moment of reflection, he felt a movement brush against his soul, a whisper of fate that teased the edge of his heart. Persephone was the embodiment of spring, but he was the harbinger of winter. Together, they created a cycle of existence as old as the gods themselves. But could he bear the thought of her rejection, the idea that perhaps she would not choose him if given the chance? Would he always remain in her shadow, a dark figure lurking in the corners of her life? The shadows of the underworld shifted, the torches flickering wildly as if reflecting the turmoil within him. He could almost hear her voice, calling to him, urging him to embrace the light once again. There was a flicker of hope, a glimmer amidst the chaos, and for a fleeting moment, he believed that love could transcend even the deepest darkness. But would that love be enough to bridge the chasm between their worlds? Would she return to him willingly, or would she forever be lost to the sun's embrace? As these questions lingered in the air, Pluto felt a rush of emotions, a swelling tide that threatened to swallow him whole, drawing him ever deeper into the abyss of his own longing. The air was thick with a sense of longing, a tension that gripped the soul. Proserpina stood at the threshold of two worlds, her heart a battleground where light clashed with shadows. Above her, the sun bathed the earth in warmth, vibrant flowers swayed in the breeze, each petal a whisper of life. Below, an eternal twilight enveloped the underworld, where cold stones echoed with lost voices and every shadow held a secret. Her feet, though rooted in the lush grass of her mother's garden, felt the pull of the darkened path that led to Hades. Every heartbeat reminded her of the choice that loomed heavy before her. With every breath, she tasted the sweetness of spring, the laughter of her friends echoing in her ears like a haunting melody. But lurking beneath that joy was the dread of the unseen world, where she had spent months in the embrace of shadows, danced with the lost souls, and tasted the bitterness of despair. The memory of that first day in the underworld haunted her. She had arrived as a frightened girl, but there, in the realm of the dead, she discovered a strange sense of belonging. The flickering torches cast ghostly light over the faces of the departed, revealing fleeting glimpses of their stories. Lives cut short, dreams unfulfilled. She had learned their names, listened to their tales, and for the first time, felt their pain mingle with her own. There was a beauty in their grief, a reminder of the weight life carried. It was a world where love and loss intertwined like the vines that grew in her mother's garden. But even in the depths of despair, Hades had offered her a different kind of strength. The lord of the underworld, with his dark eyes and commanding presence, had not been the monster of her childhood fears but a complex figure who understood her as few could. His realm was not merely a prison. It was a sanctuary for those who had been forgotten. Proserpina had reveled in that understanding, in the way he had taught her to see beauty in darkness, to find hope among the ruins. Yet, as the days turned to weeks, the weight of the underworld began to smother her spirit. Above, her mother, Ceres, roamed the earth in a desperate search for her lost daughter. The fields lay bare, crops withering as Ceres wept for her child. Proserpina could feel that sorrow resonate through the roots of the earth, a silent call that tugged at her heart. It was a love so fierce that it could shake the very foundations of the world. The thought of her mother's sorrow was unbearable, a knife twisting in her chest. What kind of daughter would she be to remain in the underworld when her mother grieved above? Yet, the thought of returning to the sunlit world filled her with dread. Life above was vibrant but also shallow, filled with laughter that felt foreign now, as if it belonged to someone else. The friends she had left behind had moved on, their lives blossoming without her. Would they even recognize her, the girl who had once danced through the fields, now changed by the shadows? The laughter of the living felt like a distant echo, one she could no longer touch. Each time she gazed into the darkness of the underworld, she thought of the souls she had come to know, Echo, who whispered sweet secrets, Orpheus, whose music could stir the hardest of hearts, and even the wretched Tantalus, forever reaching for water he could never drink. The stories of these lost souls held her captive, drawing her deeper into their world. She had become a part of their tapestry, and the thought of abandoning them felt like betrayal. Proserpina's heart wavered, caught between two worlds, each offering a different kind of love. The sun was a warmth she missed, but the shadows held a comfort that was undeniable. She felt like a pendulum, swinging between the joys of life and the hauntings of death. How could she choose? Each option felt like a sacrifice, a severing of her soul from the people she loved. The balance shifted the day Hades approached her, offering a bittersweet proposition. You may return to the surface, but only for half the year. The other half you will remain with me. His voice was heavy with longing, tinged by a vulnerability that surprised her. It was a compromise that stung like the sharp edge of a knife, an acknowledgement of the war within her. Half of my life? She had whispered, the weight of his words sinking in. It felt like a cruel joke, a reminder that she was forever caught in a limbo between joy and sorrow. As the seasons turned, the earth began to tremble with anticipation. Would she choose the light of day, the embrace of her mother's warmth, or would she succumb to the shadows, where she had found a sense of purpose? Every spring, as flowers bloomed, she felt the tug of her mother's love pulling her back, while every autumn, as the leaves turned to gold, the haunting echo of the underworld wrapped around her like a shroud. The earth and the underworld wept and rejoiced in tandem, waiting for her decision, as if the very fabric of existence hung in the balance. Proserpina felt the tension coiling within her like a spring, and the time drew near when she would have to choose. The chorus of life above clashed with the whispers of the dead below, and she stood at the center, a bridge between two worlds, unable to step into either without leaving a piece of herself behind. The shadows beckoned, promising understanding, while the sunlit world called to her with the promise of warmth and love. Her heart raced, emotions churning like stormy seas, as she stood on the precipice of her destiny. Would she embrace the light, or would she surrender to the darkness? The choice was hers, but the weight of that choice threatened to break her heart. And so, the tension hung thick in the air, a palpable force that would shape not just her fate, but the fate of all that lived and all that had passed. It was a day like any other in the fields of Enna, where the sun's golden rays danced upon the vibrant wildflowers, painting the earth with colors meant only for gods. Proserpina, a maiden of unmatched beauty, wandered the meadows, her laughter ringing out like chimes in the gentle breeze. Her presence brought life to the flowers, and even the birds paused their songs to admire her. But beneath this idyllic surface, shadows stirred, shadows that whispered of destiny and dark desires. As Proserpina picked blossoms, a chilling wind swept through the meadow, rustling the leaves, carrying with it a sense of foreboding. From the depths of the earth, Pluto, god of the underworld, watched her with longing that twisted like a serpent around his heart. His realm was one of darkness and despair, a stark contrast to the vibrant world above. Yet, in that moment, he was captivated by the light that radiated from Proserpina, a light that he yearned to claim. In a secret glade, where the sun shone fiercely and the flowers swayed with life, Pluto knew he had to act. His heart raced, a mix of excitement and trepidation. He summoned the strength of the earth, feeling its power surge through him. With every pulse, He envisioned Proserpina by his side, illuminating his shadowed domain. But could he truly win her? Overcome by an urge that felt both intoxicating and terrifying, he began his pursuit. One day, as Proserpina danced with her companions, Pluto decided to step into the light. He disguised himself as a handsome youth, cloaked in allure. The gleam in his eye was fierce and intent, yet soft enough to draw Proserpina's gaze. He approached her, his voice smooth as silk, speaking sweet words that flowed like honey. "I am here to offer you the world, fair maiden, a world that rivals the beauty of these fields." Proserpina's heart fluttered, caught between the charm of his presence and the whispers of caution echoing in her mind. She felt the intrigue, the thrill of meeting someone so unlike the boys of her village. Yet, as he drew closer, a chill brushed against her skin, a reminder of shadows lurking in corners she could not see. Days turned into weeks, and Pluto's charming facade wove itself into the fabric of her life. He gifted her with flowers from the underworld, unique blooms that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. They were unlike anything Proserpina had ever seen. Beautiful yet haunting, the essence of life intertwined with a touch of death. Each gift ignited a flicker of curiosity in her heart, and she found herself drawn to his mysterious aura. But with every encounter, the world around her felt increasingly chaotic. The skies darkened, and the winds howled as if the very gods were warring over her fate. Proserpina's heart was torn, her laughter fading, replaced by an unsettling uncertainty. Pluto, sensing her hesitation, grew restless. He could not let this chance slip through his fingers. The thrill of the chase only deepened his desire. One fateful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, Proserpina found herself alone in the meadow. The air was thick with tension, and beneath the twilight, she felt an overwhelming surge of emotions. In that moment of vulnerability, Pluto emerged from the shadows, his true form unveiled. No longer the charming youth, he stood before her as the god of the underworld, a figure of terrifying power wrapped in an aura of seduction. "Proserpina," he spoke, his voice a low rumble, echoing with the depths of his realm. "I am no mere mortal. I am the ruler of all that lies beneath. Join me, and you will know wonders beyond measure." Fear and fascination danced within her, a tempest of emotions that left her breathless. "Why would I leave the beauty of my world for yours?" she asked, her voice trembling. For a moment, silence fell like a curtain, heavy with the weight of impending choices. Pluto stepped closer, the air shimmering between them, electrified with potential. "Because, my dear, in my realm, you will be adored as the queen you were meant to be. No more fleeting joys, but eternal beauty, everlasting power." His words wrapped around her heart, ensnaring her spirit with promises that felt both thrilling and frightening. Proserpina's mind raced. Could she leave her life behind? Would she forsake her friends, her family, for a life in shadows? Yet the allure of his offer was intoxicating, a siren's call that resonated deep within her. That night, as stars twinkled like distant promises, Pluto unveiled the depths of his heart. He shared tales of the underworld, where souls danced in the moonlight, where he ruled with authority and grace. He spoke of love that transcended the mortal coil, of passion forged in darkness. Proserpina listened, entranced yet torn, her heart a battlefield where light clashed with dark. But even as she felt a connection, a flicker of something deeper igniting in her soul, the world of the living beckoned. Her laughter with friends, the warmth of the sun on her skin, those were treasures that tugged at her heartstrings. She was caught in a web of emotions, each thread binding her tighter, leaving her breathless. And so the courtship began, a dance of shadows and light, of desire and reluctance. Pluto, relentless in his pursuit, crafted moments of magic that left her both enchanted and haunted. He would whisper promises in the moonlight and conjure visions of a life together, one that intertwined love and power in a tapestry of the extraordinary. Yet, for every moment of passion, there lingered a sense of foreboding, a shadow that stretched long and dark behind him. Proserpina's heart was a fragile thing, balancing on the edge of a precipice. The deeper she fell into his world, the more she felt the pull of a destiny that could not be easily embraced. In her heart, she knew that choices loomed ahead, choices that would change the very fabric of her existence. The courtship had begun, but as Pluto's intentions unfolded, so did the haunting realization that love could be as perilous as it was sweet. And somewhere in the distance, the winds whispered of a reckoning yet to come, a storm brewing beneath the surface, waiting to reshape their fates forever. In the shadows of a world forever cloaked in despair, whispers of vengeance carried through the echoing halls of the Underworld. Here, where lost souls wandered and the air was thick with sorrow, the Furies awaited. A fierce trio of spirits with eyes like burning coals, ready to exact justice on those who dared to betray their kin. Their names, Alecto, Megira, and Tisiphone, were spoken in hushed tones, a chilling reminder of the relentless pursuit of retribution. As the sun set beyond the horizon, a shroud of darkness descended upon the earth. The poor souls who found themselves in the underworld trembled with fear, for they knew that the Furies were never far from sight. Clad in tattered veils that merged with the shadows, they glided through the mist, their presence an omen of wrath. Whispers of their past, once women wronged in life, now transformed into relentless spirits, echoed through the void, twisting the very fabric of justice and vengeance. Every wrongdoer, every soul that had spilled blood or broken oaths, felt the chilling breath of the Furies on their neck. Alecto, the relentless one, fed on the fury of sins committed against family. Her blood-curdling screams resonated like thunder, leaving those who heard it paralyzed with dread. Megira, whose name meant jealousy, hunted those who betrayed love, striking fear into the hearts of lovers who dared to be unfaithful. Tisiphone, the avenger of murder, wielded her whip of serpents, ready to lash out at the wicked, the guilty who had taken life without remorse. When a soul arrived in their dominion, it was not only the fear of death that haunted them. It was the knowledge that judgment awaited. Each spirit held the power to unveil the deepest, darkest secrets of a soul's past, revealing acts long buried beneath layers of shame and guilt. The Furies were ever watchful, their ethereal forms flickering like candle flames, feeding on the very essence of humanity's sins. One moonless night, a man named Lyco, a murderer by fate, stepped into the gloomy confines of the underworld. The weight of his crime pressed upon him like a boulder, his heart racing as he recalled the life he had taken. As he stumbled through the shadows, the air thickened, and he felt an unshakable sense of dread. Was it the chill of the underworld, or was it the Furies that now pursued him? Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The Furies emerged from the darkness, their figures coalescing into a terrifying sight. Alecto's eyes shone with an unholy light, her voice a haunting melody that echoed around him. You thought you could escape the chains of your deeds? You carry the weight of blood on your hands. The air crackled with a tension so thick that one could almost taste the fear. Lyco trembled, his mind racing. The memory of his victim, the pleading eyes, the final moments, flooded back to him, drowning him in guilt. I didn't mean to, he stammered, desperate for mercy. The Furies drew closer, their presence suffocating, as if the very shadows conspired against him. Megira stepped forward, her voice smooth yet laced with venom. But you did. In that moment you chose your fate. You knew the love you shattered, the lives you destroyed. Do you feel the weight of the betrayal? Her words wrapped around him like chains, tightening with every heartbeat. In that moment, he knew the truth. There was no escaping the justice they served. Tisiphone raised her serpent-laden whip, a symbol of punishment. You will not find peace here, Lyco. Here, your guilt will be your eternal companion. We are the reckoning for your sins. And with those words, she struck the ground, summoning echoes of the past. The cries of the wronged filled the air, a cacophony that shattered any remnants of hope. As the sounds enveloped him, Lyco fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. He could feel the anguish of those he had harmed, their pain seeping into his very soul. The Furies watched him with eyes that bore witness to an eternity of suffering. They thrived on the anguish they inspired, each cry a note in their symphony of revenge. But just as despair threatened to consume him, a flicker of defiance ignited within Lyco. Anguish transformed into a yearning for redemption, a desperate plea for understanding. I was lost. I didn't know my path. Please, tell me there's a chance for atonement. His voice trembled, laced with an urgency that rang through the dark. The Furies remained unmoved, indifference etched upon their ethereal faces. Atonement? You seek to escape the clutches of your own making. Alecto's voice dripped with scorn. The blood you spilled cries out for justice. And here, justice is served cold. Yet within the depths of his despair, Lyco held onto a flicker of hope. He could hear the whispers of the living, calling for forgiveness, and the memories of kindness he'd once shown. I will face my sins, he cried, voice breaking. I will not run from my past. I will make amends. A tense silence fell as the Furies paused, their expressions unreadable. The air crackled with raw energy, the tension palpable, as if the very fabric of fate hung in the balance. Would they allow a flicker of compassion to emerge in a realm ruled by judgment? Or would they extinguish it, like a flame snuffed out by the wind? In that charged moment, the Furies exchanged glances, and within the depths of their ancient souls, a sliver of curiosity stirred. Could a soul once so tainted truly seek redemption? Would they stand witness to the unfolding of humanity's greatest struggle, the quest for forgiveness within oneself, even in the depths of the underworld? With every heartbeat, the air thickened with uncertainty. The echoes of the past faded, replaced by the whispers of possibility. The underworld held its breath as the Furies prepared to decide the fate of a man desperate to change, caught in the throes of vengeance and redemption, where the line between justice and mercy blurred like shadows in the night. The sun hung low over the horizon, casting a warm, golden light that danced upon the lush tapestry of the earth. In a quiet corner of ancient Greece, two figures stood on the brink of an eternity-bound love, surrounded by the sweet scent of ripe pomegranates. Their fingers brushed against the fruit, its skin glistening like the promise of 1,000 tomorrows. The air crackled with tension. An unspoken understanding lingered between them, heavy yet exhilarating. In a world where gods and mortals intertwined, the pomegranate was not just a fruit. It was a harbinger of fate. Legends spoke of Persephone, the goddess of spring, and her fateful encounter with Hades in the dark underworld. The moment she tasted the seeds, each one a burst of life and hope, she forged an unbreakable bond with the king of the dead. The image of her delicate hand reaching for the crimson seeds echoed in the hearts of lovers throughout the ages, a reminder of desires both fulfilled and forsaken. As the sun dipped lower, shadows wove between the trees, creating a sense of intimacy that wrapped around the two figures. Their laughter echoed like soft music, but beneath that joy lay an undercurrent of fear. The seeds they shared symbolized not only a promise of love, but also a binding pact that could lead them into darkness. Just as Persephone had been pulled into the depths, these lovers faced the reality of choices made in passion and the consequences that followed. With each seed they tasted, the world around them transformed. Time slowed, the rhythm of their hearts synchronized with the beat of a distant drum. The laughter faded into hushed whispers as the reality of their love settled in. A love that would hold them together and tear them apart. They were acutely aware of the weight of every choice, each decision echoing like the haunting call of the past, a reminder of the ever-present duality of love and loss. A breeze rustled through the branches, and the scent of the pomegranates grew stronger, a sweet yet haunting perfume that lingered in the air like memories of a life unlived. The girl hesitated, her gaze fixed on the crimson seeds glistening under the twilight. She thought of her mother's warnings, the tales of love that had turned to ashes, and the shadows that lurked beyond the veil of their romance. But the boy, with eyes full of determination, took her hand, urging her forward. "We are different," he said softly, with a conviction that sent a shiver down her spine. "Our love can conquer the darkness. But could it? The ancient tales warned of the complexities of love intertwined with destiny. The weight of the pomegranate seeds pressed heavily on their souls. Each seed was not just a promise. It was a choice, a commitment that echoed through time and space. Would it lead them to greatness or plunge them into despair? With every passing moment, their bond grew stronger, yet the shadows deepened, threatening to consume them. As the first stars twinkled in the dusky sky, the couple leaned closer, their breaths mingling in the warm night air. The girl reached for a vibrant pomegranate, its skin taut and inviting. She held it in her hands, its shape familiar yet foreign, an emblem of all that was to come. "What if we're not ready for this?" she whispered, her heart pounding like a war drum. The boy, undeterred, smiled at her, a smile that spoke of hope and courage. "Love isn't about being ready," he replied, his voice steady. "It's about taking the leap, even when the abyss yawns before you." He lifted the pomegranate to her lips, and without thinking, she sank her teeth into the fruit. The burst of sweetness filled her mouth, a taste of something forbidden, something eternal. But as the juice dripped down her chin, so did the weight of their choices. She felt a mix of exhilaration and dread, as if the very essence of the seeds had seeped into her soul. Each bite was a journey into the unknown, a brush with the divine and the devastating. With every seed consumed, the tether to the world above grew tenuous, as if the boundaries of their reality were shifting, ready to pull them into the depths. The whispers of the past echoed in the night air, tales of lovers lost and found, of choices made in fervor, and the consequences that followed. The couple, enveloped in their own world, faced a choice that could change their lives forever. The pomegranate seeds held the power of life and death, love and loss, a cycle that had repeated through history. As they finished the fruit, a weight settled in the pit of her stomach. She glanced at the boy, his features illuminated by the glow of the dying sun. Was it worth the risk? Could love truly conquer all, or would it lead them to the edge of oblivion? The questions swirled around her mind, and the tension between them thickened, palpable. His unwavering gaze met hers, filled with a fierce determination that ignited a fire within her. In that moment, they were more than just two lovers standing under a twilight sky. They were symbolically intertwined with the legends of the past. Like Persephone, they faced a choice that could lead them to the depths of despair or the heights of joy. The air grew heavy with anticipation, the promise of what was to come hanging like a ripe pomegranate waiting to burst open. With the final seed consumed, they stood on the precipice of something monumental. Shadows danced around them, whispering secrets of lovers who had come before, lovers who had tasted the sweetness and the bitterness of life. The world seemed to shift, realities bending and breaking, and in that moment, they realized that their love was both a sanctuary and a storm. The sun finally dipped below the horizon, leaving only starlight and the lingering scent of pomegranate in the air. The couple stood hand in hand, poised between the worlds of joy and sorrow, love and loss. The seeds of their fate had been sown, and the stories of the past intertwined with their own, creating a tapestry that was vibrant yet fraught with tension. The coldness of the underworld clung to Proserpina like a shroud as she stood at the edge of a dark chasm, her heart pounding with a mix of dread and defiance. The air was thick with despair, a stark contrast to the vibrant blooms of her mother's gardens, once alive with color and laughter. Here, in this shadowed realm ruled by Hades, the king of the dead, her spirit felt imprisoned, suffocated under the weight of a reality she never chose. She remembered the sun-warmed fields of Sicily, where flowers swayed to the gentle whispers of the wind. Each petal had a story, each blade of grass held the laughter of her friends. Those memories flickered in her mind like distant stars, a painful reminder of what had been stolen from her. She was the daughter of Ceres, goddess of the harvest, and her life had been one of abundance and joy. But now, she was the queen of this dark realm, bound to a throne she had never wanted. Proserpina clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms as she fought against the tears that threatened to fall. She was no mere pawn in Hades' game. She was a force to be reckoned with, a bright flame in a world of shadows. The echo of her mother's voice, soft yet commanding, filled her mind. Never forget who you are. The earth will always remember your touch. Those words sparked a fire within her heart, a fiery determination that refused to be extinguished. As she paced the cold, hard floor of her new palace, Proserpina felt the oppressive silence surround her. The whispers of the souls trapped within these walls brushed against her skin like a chilling wind. They, too, had suffered, had longed for the sun and the sweet taste of freedom. They were the lost, the forgotten. Proserpina understood them, for she was one of them. But she was also the daughter of Ceres, and she would not let despair consume her. Suddenly, she heard the voice of Hades, threaded with a darkness that made her stomach churn. "You cannot change your fate, my dear Proserpina. Here you are mine." His words dripped with certainty, an ironclad claim on her very being. But she would not bow to his will. She could feel the strength of the earth beneath her feet, the pulse of life that coursed through the very ground they stood on. "Mine? You think I belong to you?" Proserpina shot back, her voice trembling with anger and fear. "I am not a possession to be claimed. I will fight for my freedom." Hades stepped closer, his eyes glinting like obsidian. "Fight? What can you do in a place where shadows reign? You are in a realm that thrives on despair." With each passing moment, she could feel the darkness closing in, but her resolve hardened. She turned away from him, seeking solace in the flickering torches that lined the walls, their flames dancing like her spirit, a defiant flicker against the encroaching night. Each step she took echoed in the hollow expanse, a sound of rebellion that filled her with purpose. She would not succumb to his power. Days morphed into weeks, and Proserpina devised her plans in the depths of her new reality. She would summon the spirits around her, those lost and yearning for the light. Together, they could rise against the tyrant who sought to keep them in chains. She envisioned them uniting, their collective strength igniting a flame powerful enough to pierce the veil of despair. One fateful night, as shadows danced with the flickering flames, Proserpina gathered the souls that lingered in her palace. Their faces, pale and haunted, glimmered with the light of hope as they looked to her for guidance. "We will not be bound by his chains," she declared, her voice steady, resonating through the darkened halls. "We will rise like the crops in spring, breaking through the frost, reclaiming our lives." The spirits murmured their agreement, a chorus of longing and desire for liberation. The desperation in their eyes was mirrored in her own, a shared understanding of what it meant to yearn for freedom. With every word she spoke, she could feel the weight of her mother's love and determination behind her, giving her strength she didn't know she possessed. But Hades, lurking in the shadows, watched with a wicked smile. He reveled in her defiance, his amusement a chilling reminder of the power he wielded. "You think your little rebellion will make a difference? You are but a fleeting moment in eternity, Proserpina." His laughter echoed through the chambers, cold and mocking, but Proserpina refused to let his words take hold. Instead, she turned to her gathered spirits, a fierce light igniting in her chest. "We will show him that even the darkest night cannot extinguish the dawn. We will break these chains." With her heart pounding in her chest, Proserpina led the spirits forward, their collective energy pulsating against the oppressive atmosphere. The walls trembled as they moved, a sign of their newfound determination. They would not be silenced, not anymore. As they approached the throne, Proserpina felt an electric tension crackle in the air. Hades stood tall and imposing, his presence a looming shadow, but she was no longer afraid. The time for hesitation was over. Battle lines were drawn, and she was ready to fight for her freedom, for her rightful place in the light. The confrontation loomed, a storm gathering in the depths of the underworld. Proserpina's spirit surged as she prepared to challenge the very fabric of her new reality. The stakes were high, and the outcome uncertain, but she had a fire burning within her that could not be snuffed out. She was not just a daughter or a queen. She was a warrior, and she would claim her destiny against all odds. With every breath, she felt the connection to the world above strengthen, a tether that called out to her, promising warmth and love. The flowers of Sicily whispered her name, pleading for her return. Every soul at her side was a testament to her resolve. They would fight together, for they were more than mere shadows. They were hope incarnate, and together, they would defy the darkness that sought to consume them. The tension in the air grew thick as they squared off against Hades, a clash of wills that would echo through time. Proserpina's heart raced, not just with fear, but with an exhilarating sense of purpose. The moment had come. The battle for her life, her freedom, and her very identity was about to unfold, and she was ready to face whatever darkness lingered ahead. In the dim light of the underworld, shadows danced around Proserpina as she wandered through the silent halls of her new home. The air was thick, heavy with the weight of sorrow and uncertainty. She touched the cold stone walls, feeling the remnants of despair that had once surrounded her. Yet, amidst the gloom, a flicker of something unexpected began to stir within her. A burgeoning acceptance, a tentative spark of understanding for the god who had taken her from the warmth of the earth. Pluto, ruler of this dark domain, stood at the edge of the shadows, his presence both imposing and strangely comforting. His eyes, deep and brooding, watched her with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. In those moments, Proserpina felt caught in a web of conflicting emotions, a tempest brewing inside her heart. She had been ripped from the sunlit fields of her mother, Ceres, and thrust into a world that felt foreign and cruel. Yet, there was something about Pluto that drew her in like a moth to a flame. As days blended into nights, Proserpina began to learn the rhythms of the underworld. The whispering souls seemed to tell stories of their own, a richness of life that transcended their grim fate. She found herself listening, understanding their fears and longings, and in turn, her own fears began to morph. They no longer felt like shackles, but rather threads weaving a tapestry of her new existence. The sorrow she had clung to began to loosen its grip, revealing a path laden with possibilities. One fateful evening, as the ethereal glow of the ghostly lanterns illuminated the cavern, Proserpina encountered Pluto in a secluded garden, a secret place that thrived with phosphorescent flowers that bloomed in the absence of sunlight. It was a hidden sanctuary, a contrast to the bleakness that surrounded them. He stood there, hands clasped behind his back, a statue of brooding contemplation. He was not just a god of the dead. He was a being of passion, a man with depths that intrigued her. "Why do you linger in the shadows, Proserpina?" His voice rumbled like distant thunder, filled with a mix of challenge and curiosity. "I linger because I don't belong here," she replied, her heart racing. "You stole me from my home, from my mother. I am a captive in this cold world." Pluto stepped closer, the space between them charged with an unspoken tension. "And yet, do you not find beauty here? Do you not feel the pulse of life even in death?" His question struck a chord within her. Proserpina glanced around, her eyes tracing the delicate flowers swaying gently in the dim light. She could feel the life pulsing beneath the surface, a kind of resilience that was hauntingly beautiful. "I see it," she admitted, her voice barely a whisper. "But it is not my home." "Home is not just a place," he said, his tone softening. "It's a feeling. It's what you make of where you are. I once felt alone in this vast kingdom, a prisoner of my own making, until I found purpose in the souls that dwell here, in understanding their stories." His words began to weave their way into the fabric of her heart, pulling her closer to him. She began to see Pluto not as a captor but as a guide through the darkness. He was a ruler, yes, but also a keeper of the stories of the damned, a bearer of secrets that echoed through the centuries. As the days merged into weeks, Proserpina's heart softened. She learned of the souls who wandered through the underworld, their tales of love and loss, joy and despair. It was a tapestry of life's extremes, and she found herself mesmerized by their stories, by the compassion that Pluto showed them. He was not the monster she had imagined. He was a misunderstood god, burdened by the weight of his responsibilities yet longing for connection. One night, as they walked through the garden, their hands brushed against each other, igniting a spark that sent warmth flooding through her. In that moment, something shifted. Proserpina looked up into Pluto's eyes, and for the first time, she didn't see the ruler of the underworld. She saw a man, lonely and yearning, just like her. The tension between them thickened, palpable and electric. "Do you ever wish to leave this place?" he asked, his voice low and filled with vulnerability. "Sometimes," she replied, her heart pounding. "But sometimes I feel something different here, something I didn't expect." "What do you feel?" he pressed, stepping even closer, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. As Proserpina searched for an answer, she realized it wasn't just fear and resentment that had taken root within her. There was curiosity, an inexplicable draw towards this man who had turned her world upside down. Her heart raced as she spoke. "I feel a connection." Pluto's gaze deepened, searching her face for the truth. Connection can be a powerful force. It can heal wounds, transform fear into understanding. And with those words, the veil of her captivity began to lift. Proserpina felt the walls around her heart crumbling, piece by piece. Acceptance blossomed within her, tender yet fierce, like the first hints of spring breaking through the frost. She realized she was not just a prisoner of fate. She was a participant in an intricate dance between light and darkness, hope and despair. The world around them seemed to shift, the air thickening with unspoken promises. The flowers glowed brighter, illuminating the garden in a warm, inviting glow. It was as if the underworld itself was responding to their burgeoning bond, recognizing the spark of something profound that was beginning to unfold. "Let me show you," Pluto murmured, extending his hand, an invitation to step closer into the unknown. Proserpina hesitated for a moment, the weight of her past pulling at her. But as she looked into his eyes, she found there a reflection of her own fears and hopes. With a deep breath, she reached out, her fingers brushing against his. In that exchange, a silent promise was made. A promise to explore the depths of this new bond, to forge a path that intertwined their destinies. The darkness that had once felt suffocating now began to shimmer with possibility, a canvas waiting to be painted with their shared story. In that moment, Proserpina understood. Love could bloom even in the darkest of places. The underworld was not just a tomb. It was a cradle for new life and new beginnings. As they stood hand in hand, the boundaries between them began to blur, and the rise of love unfolded like the first fragile petals of spring, breaking through the winter's grip. And just as the night held the promise of dawn, so too did this new chapter hold the potential for something beautiful, something that could change the very fabric of their existence. In a world painted with vibrant hues of life and death, where the sun kisses the earth with warmth and the shadows whisper secrets of the underworld, Persephone stands as a symbol of duality. She embodies the fragile balance between growth and decay, light and darkness. The moment her feet touched the ground, spring erupted into blossom, a vivid testament to her dual nature. She is both the maiden of spring and the queen of the underworld. Her story unfolds like a delicate flower, revealing layers of complexity that resonate with the hearts of those who hear it. As the daughter of Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, Persephone is woven tightly into the fabric of existence itself. Her laughter once echoed through blooming fields, a melody that danced with the winds. Yet, lurking beneath this joyful facade was Hades, the god of the underworld, whose gaze was as cold and unyielding as the stones of his dark domain. The earth trembled as he emerged, cloaked in shadows, stealing her away to his realm. The moment he grasped her wrist, the vibrant colors of the world dimmed, and a chill slid through the air, a signal that the seasons would soon change. As Persephone descended into the underworld, many mourned her absence. Fields turned barren, and a deep sorrow settled over the land, an aching void where vitality once thrived. Demeter, heartbroken and furious, roamed the earth searching for her lost daughter, igniting the very essence of despair that would forever alter the cycle of nature. It was during these long, sorrowful months that she first felt the weight of her newfound identity, the tension that came with being both the essence of life and a captive of death. In the underworld, Persephone faced a reality drenched in shadows. The air was thick with silence, broken only by the distant sighs of lost souls. Here, the beauty she once knew was replaced by an eerie stillness. Yet within this desolation, she found strength. The stories of her predecessors, the tales of women trapped in their own fates, echoed in her mind. She learned that she, too, could wield a power that tied her to both realms. With each passing day, she embraced her role, cultivating an understanding of the balance between joy and sorrow, between love and loss. Hades, often portrayed as a mere villain, was more complex than the stories suggested. His longing for companionship transformed into a love that, while born in darkness, sought to illuminate the shadows. He offered Persephone the pomegranate, its crimson seeds glistening like rubies, a symbol of eternity but also of the binding chains that tethered her to him. Each seed she consumed marked her as a queen, yet also secured her fate. She was both cherished and trapped, an embodiment of the duality that shaped her existence. The ancient Greeks viewed Persephone as a gateway between worlds, a mediating force who could traverse the boundaries of life and death. As she danced between the two realms, she became a touchstone for the emotions that define human experience: hope and despair, love and loneliness, joy and grief. Festivals were held in her honor, where the people mourned her absence and celebrated her return. The Eleusinian mysteries whispered of her journey, revealing the profound truths of existence through rituals that intertwined the lives of the living with the echoes of the dead. Her influence rippled through history, inspiring countless interpretations and adaptations. In art and literature, she emerged as a figure of resilience, a beacon for those who faced their own shadows. The stories of her life inspired poets and playwrights, each adding their brushstrokes to the canvas of her identity. The ancient Greeks painted her as a goddess of seasons, a representation of the ever-changing cycles of life. The Romans, too, sought to capture her essence, calling her Proserpina, but they could never fully comprehend the depth of her story. As the wheels of time turned, Persephone's legacy intertwined with that of other cultures, hinting at universal themes that transcended geography. The Sumerian goddess Inanna, who descended into the underworld in search of wisdom, echoed Persephone's journey, reminding us that the path to understanding often leads through darkness. The parallels between these figures reveal a collective yearning to comprehend the human experience, to find meaning in the interplay of light and dark. The stories told in different societies speak of the shared pain of loss and the hope that blooms anew, just like the flowers that rise from the cold ground each spring. Through every retelling, the emotions surrounding Persephone's story remained potent. The tension of her duality, the pull of the earth that yearned for her presence, and the call of the underworld that claimed her, tugged at the heartstrings of those who dared to listen. With each passing season, her legacy became a mirror reflecting the trials of humanity. The cycles of birth and rebirth, of mourning and renewal, became etched into the very soil of the earth, giving life to stories that would persist through time. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the fields, one could almost hear her laughter carried on the breeze. Yet, it was a bittersweet sound, a reminder that with every joy comes the echo of sorrow. Persephone existed within the spaces between, a constant reminder that life is fragile and fleeting. Her story, ripe with tension and emotion, beckoned from the shadows, intertwining with the narratives of countless others, creating an endless tapestry of yearning, loss, and hope that would never truly conclude. In the moments when the flowers bloom and the earth breathes life anew, Persephone walks among the living, a fleeting glimpse of joy before she returns to the dark embrace of her other home. Her journey invites all to reflect on their own paths, to seek the beauty within the struggle and embrace the complexity of existence. Persephone's influence, woven through history, remains a powerful reminder of the intertwined fates that bind us in an eternal dance between light and dark, life and death, an unending cycle that echoes through the ages. Beneath the shimmering surface of the earth lay a world that pulsed with life, a realm of shadows and whispers that beckoned to the curious and the brave. The very air crackled with energy, thick with the scent of damp earth and the weight of untold stories. Here, where the light of day could not penetrate, ancient wonders awaited remnants of civilizations long forgotten. Every step taken on the uneven ground reverberated with echoes of the past, reminding all who ventured below that they walked on sacred soil, steeped in mystery and history. In the distance, the flickering glow of torches illuminated monstrous stone carvings, their features worn yet proud. Once, these guardians had watched over the living, their eyes wide with wisdom. Now they stood silent, witnesses to the passage of time. Each chiseled line told a tale, each crack and crevice a testament to the passage of centuries. As the flickering light danced across their surfaces, it awakened something primal in the hearts of those who dared to gaze upon them. Mingled with fear, a shiver racing down their spines at the realization that they were not alone. Beneath this underground canopy, vast chambers opened like lungs, breathing in the long-lost air of a bygone era. In one such chamber, a vast underground river wound its way through the stone, its waters whispering secrets of the ancients. People who had once thrived above were now but mere shadows, their stories carried on the currents of water. The sound was haunting, a melodic laughter that echoed off the walls and faded into the distance, leaving behind only a sense of longing and sorrow. As explorers ventured further, the air shifted, growing colder. An unsettling stillness wrapped around them like a thick fog, making every breath feel heavier. The weight of history bore down upon their shoulders, pressing them into the earth. They felt it in the pit of their stomachs, a nagging awareness that the underworld held darker truths, secrets that must be unearthed but at a price. Legends spoke of those who had entered, never to return, their souls entwined with the very stones that imprisoned them. Yet, the allure of the unknown pulled them onward, like moths drawn to a flame. Fascinating artifacts lay strewn across the cave floor, remnants of rituals and ceremonies that had once pulsated with life. Each object gleamed with untold stories, from intricately carved idols to pottery adorned with symbols reflecting the beliefs of those who once thrived in this hidden sanctuary. The explorers knelt beside them, their fingers trembling as they traced the cool surfaces, feeling a connection to the lives that once animated these objects. The past whispered through time, urging them to listen, to understand. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the chamber, reverberating off the stone walls like thunder. The explorers froze, hearts pounding in their chests. Shadows danced in the corners of their vision, flickers of movement that sent a jolt of adrenaline coursing through their veins. It was as if the very stones were alive, shifting and groaning under the weight of their presence. An overwhelming urge to flee surged through them, but curiosity rooted them to the spot, anchoring them in place. A soft glow in the distance beckoned, illuminating the path ahead. As they approached, the air shimmered with an ethereal light, revealing a hidden grotto. Stalactites hung like icicles from the rocky ceiling, glistening with moisture, while the ground sparkled as if strewn with diamonds. In the center lay a pool, its waters so clear that they seemed to defy reality. It was said that this water held great power, capable of revealing truths long hidden and granting glimpses into the future. The explorers exchanged glances, a mixture of trepidation and wonder. What knowledge awaited them just beneath the surface? Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, its face obscured. The air crackled with an unspoken tension as the figure raised an arm, pointing toward the waters. Time slowed as the explorers held their breath, caught between the urge to step forward and the instinct to retreat. The figure's voice, a whisper on the wind, carried both warning and promise, echoing in the chambers of their hearts. Few possess the courage to face what lies beneath. Are you willing to confront your truths, to embrace the shadows of your own soul? The question hung heavy in the air, like the weight of the stones around them. Each explorer felt the challenge settle deep within, a tugging at their innermost fears and desires. What would they sacrifice to unearth the wonders that lay ahead? The sound of rushing water filled the space, drowning out their thoughts, yet amplifying their hearts' unspoken longing. Just then, the ground trembled beneath them, a tremor that sent vibrations through their very bones. Panic surged and instinct kicked in. They turned to flee, but the figure remained, its gaze unwavering, a guardian of the mysteries that lay in wait. The darkness closed in, yet the light from the grotto shimmered like a beacon, urging them to look back, to confront the unknown. With hearts racing and minds racing, they took that fateful step toward the waters, drawn by an unyielding force. The surface rippled, revealing visions of lost souls intertwined with their own, woven into a tapestry of existence that had transcended time. As the reflections danced before their eyes, an understanding washed over them, a realization that the underworld was not merely a realm of shadows, but a mirror reflecting their deepest truths. The shadows whispered secrets of the past, breathing life into forgotten memories, and as they stood on the brink of revelation, the explorers felt a profound connection binding them to those who had come before. With the air thick with anticipation and the echoes of ancient voices swirling around them, they knew the time had come. The journey into the heart of these dark wonders would forever alter the very essence of who they were. And so, the water shimmered, the figure loomed, and the darkness pulsed like a heartbeat, drawing them in. The uncharted depths awaited, filled with both the promise of enlightenment and the peril of the unknown. A golden light spilled over the horizon, casting a warm glow on the verdant fields that stretched as far as the eye could see. The winds whispered secrets of the past through the swaying grasses, carrying echoes of laughter, songs, and a tranquility that filled the soul. In this sacred place, the Elysian Fields, the air was perfumed with the scent of blooming flowers, their vibrant colors a testament to the joy that thrived here. It was a paradise untouched by sorrow, reserved for those whose lives had been marked by valor and virtue. As the sun rose higher, the soft sounds of nature harmonized with the distant notes of a lyre, played by a figure seated beneath an ancient olive tree. This figure, a radiant spirit with flowing hair, represented the very essence of happiness. Each strum of the lyre sent ripples of joy through the golden expanse, stirring the hearts of the chosen who had found their way to this sanctuary. They wandered among the trees, their laughter ringing like silver bells, a gentle reminder of the love and loss that had brought them to such a beautiful end. Among them was Achilles, the legendary warrior whose name had been whispered through the ages. His spirit radiated strength and honor, a beacon for others. Here, in the Elysian Fields, he no longer bore the weight of his past battles. The memories of blood and fire were replaced by the warmth of friendship and the thrill of joyous reunions. The air felt lighter, as if time itself had paused to allow these souls a moment of peace. But while the surface sparkled with happiness, there were shadows lurking beneath. The lush beauty of the fields held secrets, tales of those who struggled to believe they belonged in such a beautiful place. The specter of doubt hovered over them like a storm cloud, threatening to mar their paradise. For every soul that danced in joy, there was another who wrestled with the ghosts of their past, unsure if they were truly worthy of this paradise. In a quiet corner of the fields, Eurydice sat beneath a blooming tree, her fingers trailing over the soft petals. Her heart ached with memories of a love that had been stolen from her too soon. Orpheus, her beloved, had tried to bring her back from the depths of the underworld, his voice reaching out across the void in a melody filled with longing. But the cruel threads of fate had tangled them, and she had been left to traverse the afterlife alone. Surrounded by beauty, she felt a pang of sorrow. How could she revel in the light when his absence cast a shadow over her heart? Yet, even as she mourned, the fields whispered to her. The sun warmed her skin, and the gentle breeze cradled her in its embrace. She closed her eyes, allowing the music of the land to fill her heart. With each note, she began to feel Orpheus's spirit beside her, urging her to find solace in the beauty around her. For this was a place of healing, where wounds could mend, and love could transform into something eternal. As those gathered in the Elysian Fields embraced their new reality, they began to understand that this paradise was more than just a haven. It was a place of reflection and revelation. The shades of their past began to intermingle with the vibrant colors of their present, forming a mosaic rich with emotion. Memories, once painful, now danced in harmony with the joy of their new lives. They were not just spirits in paradise. They were warriors of the heart, learning to rise above the ashes of their former selves. Suddenly, a commotion broke the serene atmosphere. A group of newcomers arrived, their expressions a blend of confusion and wonder. Among them was a young woman whose eyes sparkled with determination. She had fought through the trials of her earthly life, facing the storms that sought to drown her spirit. And now, standing at the threshold of the Elysian fields, she felt the weight of countless dreams resting upon her shoulders. With every step she took into this paradise, memories flooded her mind, of laughter shared with friends, of tears shed for lost loved ones, of victories won against all odds. She felt the pulse of the fields resonate with her own heart, a reminder that she was not alone. The gentle spirits welcomed her, weaving her story into the tapestry of their eternal dance. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows over the fields, a collective hush fell over the gathering. The moment felt electric, charged with unspoken words and shared emotions that wove through the air like a fine thread. Here, under the twilight sky, they all sensed something profound. Though they had come from different paths, their souls were united by a common bond, their shared humanity, their struggles, their joys. The Elysian fields shimmered with life, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. But as they reveled in their paradise, a distant rumble echoed across the horizon. A dark cloud loomed, stretching its fingers to shatter the tranquility of the fields. Whispers of dread swept through the crowd, igniting the flicker of uncertainty that had lingered in the hearts of many. Would this sanctuary, this paradise for the chosen, withstand the storm that approached? Would their fragile happiness crumble beneath the weight of fear? The spirits turned to one another, their eyes filled with a mixture of hope and anxiety. They had each fought their battles, faced their demons, and found solace in this refuge. But now, as shadows encroached upon their paradise, they stood at the precipice of a new challenge. One by one, they took a step forward, uniting in purpose, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. The Elysian fields might have been a haven for the chosen, but they were also a forge, a place where the strength of their bond would be tested, where love and courage would be called upon to shine through the darkest of nights. As the first drops of rain began to fall, mingling with the golden light of the fields, the air crackled with anticipation. What would become of the paradise they had fought to claim? The answers lay just beyond the horizon, waiting to unfold as the storm rolled in, threatening to transform everything they held dear. The wind howled through the dark caverns of the underworld, carrying whispers of desires and doubts. Pluto, the ruler of this shadowy realm, stood at the threshold of his throne room, his heart heavy with the weight of his choices. The cold stone walls echoed with the cries of lost souls, but it was not the ghosts that haunted him. It was her, Proserpina. The very name sent shivers down his spine, a blend of longing and regret. He had taken her from the soft embrace of spring, drawn her into his world, but the joy of their union was tainted by the shadows of his past and the relentless pressure of his present. As he paced, the flickering torches cast eerie shadows, stretching and distorting his figure, mirroring the turmoil within him. He was a god, yet vulnerable, a ruler, yet a lover caught in a tempest of choices. Proserpina was the light in his darkness, a beacon of hope that flickered with every heartbeat. Yet, every moment spent together was laced with the bitter taste of uncertainty. Would she ever truly belong to him? Would her heart forever ache for the sunlit fields of her mother, Demeter? The thought gnawed at him like a relentless specter, each memory of her laughter a reminder of the joy he had stolen. In the silence of the throne room, he felt the weight of his crown. It was a symbol of his power, but also a reminder of his loneliness. The souls that swirled around him were not companions but reminders of the sacrifices he had made. Ruling the underworld came with its own set of burdens, each decision echoing through time, shaping the fates of many. Yet, none of them weighed as heavily as Proserpina's love. Images flashed through his mind, moments they had shared that felt like stolen treasures. The way her eyes sparkled when she spoke of the world above, the joy in her laughter as they danced among the shadows. But joy turned to dread as he recalled the day she had first tasted the pomegranate. The fruit, rich and red, had sealed their fate, each seed a tether binding her to him, drawing her deeper into the underworld. Pluto's heart raced with the memory of her hesitant smile as she took the first bite. Would she regret it? Would she forever be trapped in a world that was not her own? As he wrestled with these questions, the air around him thickened, charged with emotions that threatened to explode like a volcano. The throne room seemed to pulse, a living entity witnessing his internal struggle. Suddenly, the heavy doors creaked open, and Proserpina stepped inside. The flickering light caught her hair, turning it to a mantle of gold, a stark contrast to the gray shadows surrounding them. She moved with grace, yet the sadness in her eyes was undeniable. He could see the weight of her longing, the battles she fought within herself. "Pluto," she whispered, her voice a melody that wrapped around him like a warm embrace, but her gaze betrayed a storm beneath the surface. "Am I yours, or am I a prisoner?" Her words struck him like a thunderclap, shaking the very foundations of his resolve. He stepped forward, reaching out for her, desperate to bridge the chasm that separated their worlds. "You are my queen, my love," he replied, though doubt crept into his voice. "But I fear I have trapped you in this darkness." Proserpina's face softened at his touch, yet the pain lingered. "You took me from the sun, Pluto. Will I ever see it again?" Her question hung in the air, heavy and poignant. He clenched his fists, desperately wishing to offer her the world above, yet knowing the consequences that lay in wait. Each choice felt like a sword, sharp and unforgiving, poised to sever the delicate thread that bound them together. As she stepped closer, the space between them crackled with unspoken words. Her scent, a blend of earth and flowers, enveloped him, pulling him deeper into her orbit. How could he reconcile the love they shared with the chains of obligation that bound them? "Perhaps," he murmured almost to himself, "I could share my power with you, allow you to walk among the living, to feel the sun on your skin. But every summer you bloom, every flower you touch would remind me of your absence." Tears brimmed in her eyes, glistening like stars against the darkness. "And every winter, I would feel the chill of your despair." The air thickened with emotion, and for a moment, time stood still. They were two souls entangled in a web of love and sorrow, caught in a paradox that neither could escape. Each heartbeat echoed the inevitability of the cycles that bound them, a cycle of love and loss, of light and dark, intertwined like the very fabric of the universe. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the throne room, reverberating against the stone walls. The moment shattered, and they turned, hearts racing, as a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Hades, Pluto's brother, his presence commanding and fierce. "You have grown weak, brother," he sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. "Distracted by the woman, you forget your duty." With a surge of anger, Pluto stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Proserpina. "You know nothing of my heart. This is not weakness. It is the very essence of what makes me strong." The tension crackled in the room, each breath heavy with anticipation. As Hades' laughter echoed, it became clear. The trials of love were about to intensify, and the stakes were higher than ever. The darkness that surrounded them seemed to pulse with foreboding, hinting at a confrontation that would change everything. Pluto's heart raced, knowing he stood at the precipice of a battle that would test his very soul. Love or duty, could he truly choose one over the other? And as Proserpina reached for him, her fingers brushing against his, he felt the weight of their intertwined fates. The shadows loomed larger, and the challenges ahead promised to reshape their lives forever. In the quiet hours of twilight, when the air hangs thick with the scent of earth and fading sun, whispers of the past intermingle with the rustling leaves. Here, in the shadows of ancient trees, lies a connection that binds mortals to the divine. A thread woven through time, echoing with the name Proserpina. Her essence drips into the lives of those who tread the soil, her influence casting ripples across the fabric of human existence. Proserpina, daughter of Ceres and the enchanting figure of the underworld, held dominion over the seasons, a living reminder of life cycles. As summer turned to fall, she danced between worlds, her presence felt in the chill that crept into the air, signaling the harvest to begin. Farmers, with their calloused hands and hopeful hearts, looked to the skies, praying for her favor. They believed that with each grain of wheat they harvested, Proserpina lent her grace, ensuring their families would feast through the winter's grip. On the outskirts of a bustling Roman village, a woman named Livia stood in her olive grove, her heart heavy. The leaves shimmered like emeralds, but the trees bore only a few fruits, a stark reminder of the drought that had plagued her land. She knelt, her fingers digging into the parched earth, tears mingling with the dust. "Oh, Proserpina," she whispered, her voice a trembling leaf in the wind, "bring your blessings to my home." Her plea was a song carried on the breeze, reaching the ears of the goddess who roamed the fields like a whisper of forgotten promises. That very night, under a blanket of stars, Livia dreamed. A vision danced before her, fiery and vibrant. A young woman cloaked in robes of green and gold, with hair like spun sunlight. Proserpina beckoned her closer, and in that moment, Livia felt a rush of warmth filling her with hope. The goddess promised her the fruits of her labor, but also warned of the fragility of life, reminding her that each bounty came at a price. As dawn broke, the sun painted the sky with shades of orange and pink. Livia arose with renewed spirit. The villagers gathered for the festival of Ceres, celebrating the bounty of the earth. Livia joined them, her heart pounding with anticipation, as she carried her modest offering. A basket filled with olives, each one a prayer, a testament to her faith in Proserpina's touch. Laughter erupted, bright and joyful, but a shadow lingered in the corners of her heart, a reminder of the uncertainty that lay ahead. As the festival unfolded, tales of Proserpina's dual existence spread among them. They spoke of her descent into the underworld and her return, embodying the dance of life and death. Each story was a thread weaving together the tapestry of their beliefs, of loss and renewal, of longing and joy. Parents whispered to their children about how she transformed flowers into seeds that would flourish once more, while lovers carved her name into trees, sealing their promises of eternal love. Yet, the connection was not merely woven in myth. It lived and breathed in their daily lives. Farmers who paid tribute to Proserpina could be seen leaving offerings at her shrines, made of poppies and grains, each gesture a plea for fertility. It was said that those who honored her would find their fields lush and their families thriving, while those who ignored her were met with barren soils and empty bellies. The balance of nature hung precariously on her whims, a reminder that they were entwined with her fate. Over the hills, in a distant village, a famine struck. Families gathered in despair, their eyes hollow with hunger. Among them was Marcus, a young boy who had watched his mother wither before his eyes, her strength fading like the last rays of sunlight. With a heart full of dread, he ran to the forest where the ancient stones stood, remnants of old rituals long forgotten. He fell to his knees, clutching a sprig of wildflowers. "Proserpina, hear my cry," he pleaded, his voice raw and trembling. "Let my mother see another harvest." As the moon climbed high, casting silver light upon the earth, the villagers fell silent, sensing a shift in the air. A storm gathered in the distance, dark clouds rumbling like an angry beast. It was said that Proserpina, in her anger or grace, would send rain to revive the earth or withhold it as a lesson to those who strayed from reverence. The wind howled through the trees, and Marcus felt a shiver run down his spine, a glimpse of the goddess's power that stirred both fear and awe within him. The storm broke, unleashing torrents of rain that soaked the land. Joy erupted, voices raised to the heavens in thanks. Proserpina's gift had come, yet the heartbreak of the past lingered in the air. As the water pooled in the fields, so too did the weight of remembrance. Those who had perished under the sun's ruthless gaze, the lives entwined with hers, forever changed by the seasons of longing. And so the cycle continued. As each year passed, the villagers celebrated Proserpina in their own ways, planting seeds in her honor, dancing under the stars, and sharing tales of love and loss that echoed through generations. They taught their children to respect the earth, to see Proserpina in every bloom, every ripe fruit, every whisper of the wind. Yet, the fragility of their connection never waned. Some families grew complacent, forgetting the rituals, forgetting the goddess who watched over them. A chill swept through the village, a harbinger of Proserpina's discontent. Fields once golden with grain now lay barren, and shadows crept into homes as hope flickered like a dying candle. The very earth seemed to mourn, a reflection of their hearts caught in a web of despair. In the depths of winter, as frost coated the ground, Livia gathered her family around the hearth. She spoke of the promise Proserpina made to her, the vision she had seen. "We must rekindle our connection," she urged, her voice steady with resolve. "We owe it to ourselves and to the goddess who nurtures our land." They lit candles, their flickering flames a beacon of hope, and chanted the ancient prayers, invoking her presence. The air thickened with anticipation as they poured offerings of seeds and flowers into the fire. The warmth of the flames wrapped around them like a comforting embrace, a promise that they would honor her, and in turn, she would breathe life back into their world. As the last embers faded into the cool night, a soft breeze flowed through the room, carrying a whisper of Proserpina's spirit. It was a reminder that the connection between mortals and the divine was not easily severed. Moments like these, filled with earnest prayers and heartfelt offerings, forged a bond that transcended time, a dance of desperation and grace that echoed through the ages, forever intertwining their fates with the goddess who held the key to life itself. In the shadow of twilight, as the sun sank low, its last rays flickering like the dying whispers of the day, the air thickened with anticipation. Lanterns flickered to life one by one, casting golden glows that danced like spirits across the cobblestone streets, illuminating faces painted with emotion. The Underworld festival had begun, a night when the living and the dead brushed against one another, their realms woven together through the tapestry of love and remembrance. Every year, as autumn leaves carpeted the ground, the townsfolk gathered, their hearts heavy yet hopeful. They draped their homes with marigolds, the vibrant orange flowers a symbol of love that transcended the boundaries of life and death. At the center of it all stood the grand altar that bore the names of those who had passed, hand-painted stones arranged lovingly, each one a story waiting to be told. The scent of incense and the sound of soft melodies hung in the air, weaving a spell of nostalgia and yearning. As the clock struck 6, a hush fell over the crowd. Families slipped into the narrow lanes, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Candles flickered in the cool night breeze, casting long shadows that seemed to sway to the rhythm of a forgotten lullaby. Laughter mingled with tears as people shared memories of lost loved ones, each story a thread that connected them to the past, stitching their hearts closer with every word. In the midst of it all stood Elena, a young woman with a heart that carried the weight of longing. She clutched a small photograph in her trembling hands, the image worn and faded, yet alive with memories. It was her grandmother, a woman of strength and warmth, whose laughter still echoed in Elena's ears. Every Underworld festival, she would tell tales that made the room burst with joy, and tonight, Elena was determined to keep that flame alive. As the evening deepened, Elena made her way to the altar, her heart pounding with an intensity she could hardly bear. Around her, people whispered the names of their beloved, their voices rising and falling like the tide. "Mama," she breathed, as she knelt before the altar, placing the picture beside a flickering candle. A warm glow enveloped her, and for a fleeting moment, she felt her grandmother's presence. The air thickened, charged with love, reminding her that though the soul may depart, the bond remains unbreakable. Not far from her, a group of children danced, their small feet tapping in delight as they weaved between the adults, their laughter striking chords of joy against the heavier tones of remembrance. They wore masks adorned with colorful feathers and glitter, embodying the spirits of those who had come before. With every twirl and leap, they celebrated life, their innocence a reminder that joy and sorrow coexist. The adults watched, smiles softening their grief, as if the children were the very essence of hope, bringing warmth to the chill of loss. As the night wore on, stories began to flow like wine. An elder stepped forward, his voice rich with the timbre of age, weaving tales of love that had blossomed even in the bleakest of times. He spoke of couples who danced under the same stars that now twinkled in the vast sky above, souls intertwined like ivy climbing an ancient wall. His words painted vivid images of stolen kisses and whispered promises, making hearts swell with emotion. The crowd hung onto his every word, entranced by the power of remembrance that surged through them. Among them was Miguel, a man whose heart was heavy with regret. He had lost his partner, a brilliant light that had illuminated his life, and each Underworld festival was like a tender wound reopened. Tonight, he feared that his tears would betray him, yet he stepped forward, compelled to honor the love they had shared. He brought with him a small box, intricately carved, containing mementos of their life together. Tickets to movies, dried flowers, and love letters penned in the heat of passion. He laid the box upon the altar, a tribute to a love that had been fierce and beautiful. As Miguel knelt, the crowd fell silent, the weight of his sorrow palpable. In that moment, the connection between the living and the deceased felt overwhelming. It was as if the very air shivered with the presence of lost souls, and he could almost hear his partner's laughter echoing through the night. A gentle breeze swept through the gathering, and for an instant, Miguel could feel warmth enveloping him, a sign that love transcended even the darkest void. Just then, the sound of drums began to beat, a steady pulse that resonated with the heart of the festival. The drummers, clad in traditional garb, filled the air with rhythm, urging everyone to dance in celebration of the lives that once were. The music swelled, pulling them into a frenzy of motion and emotion. Elena, Miguel, and others joined in, their feet moving in time with the heartbeat of remembrance, the night alive with the spirit of those they cherished. As they danced, more stories emerged, swirling around them like the autumn leaves that spiraled in the wind. Each tale stirred a deeper connection, weaving paths through the tapestry of their lives. Laughter and tears mingled, the shared experience creating a bond stronger than any spoken word. The night held them captive, a sanctuary where grief transformed into love and sorrow turned into celebration. The air grew thicker with emotion as the festival continued, a living memorial to those who had touched their lives. Each flickering candle offered a beacon of love, a candle's light stretching out to touch the souls of those they missed. Families embraced, friendships deepened, and the veil between the living and the dead grew thin, allowing moments of connection that felt almost tangible. Elena closed her eyes, allowing the music to wash over her, and in that moment, she felt the strongest pull of all, a reminder that while the past could not return, the love shared was forever etched in their hearts. Each beat of the drum echoed like a heartbeat, binding the living to the memories they held dear, a promise that love would endure beyond the confines of time. And as the night deepened, it became clear that the festival was not just about remembering those who had left. It was about celebrating the love that still lingered, vibrant and alive. They were all part of a circle, a connection that spanned beyond life and death, threading them together with an invisible string of emotion that could never be severed. The Underworld festival was far from over, the night still young with countless stories waiting to be shared, and as the drums called them forth, they knew with every beat that love, in its many forms, would continue to thrive, echoing through the ages. The fields lay bare, a hushed silence draping over the once bustling land. Ceres stood at the edge of her kingdom, the golden grains of wheat she had nurtured with love now wilted, their vibrant hues replaced with a dull, lifeless brown. Each grain told a story of joy, of harvests shared and laughter echoing beneath the sun. But now, they whispered only of despair, a haunting reminder of the absence that gnawed at her heart, the absence of Proserpina. Ceres could feel the emptiness creeping in like a thick fog, smothering everything in its path. The air, once sweet with the scent of blooming flowers, felt heavy and oppressive. Every breath was a struggle. The laughter of children playing, once a melody that danced across her ears, was now replaced by a mournful silence, punctuated only by the wind that rustled the dead leaves. Each rustle was a reminder of Proserpina's laughter, a sound that had become a distant memory, echoing through the corridors of Ceres' mind. Proserpina, her beloved daughter, had been taken. A figure cloaked in darkness had appeared, whispering promises of a world beneath the earth, a world untouched by sunlight. He had snatched her away, leaving Ceres with a hollow ache that seemed to grow with each passing day. As the goddess of agriculture, she had always found solace in the cycles of life, planting, nurturing, and harvesting. But now, with her daughter gone, those cycles felt cruel and incomplete. The earth around her was a mirror to her grief. As she walked through the fields, she felt the soil's despair beneath her fingertips. The once fertile grounds lay cracked and barren, like the heart of a mother who had lost her child. Each step was a reminder of her powerlessness, a stark contrast to the control she once wielded over nature. Now, she was at the mercy of a world that felt foreign and unwelcoming, as if the sun itself had turned its back on her. Ceres recalled the last time she had seen Proserpina, the sunlight dancing in her hair as she twirled among the wildflowers. The way her laughter rang through the air was like music, captivating and sweet. In those moments, Ceres felt invincible, a goddess revered and loved. But now, those memories felt like shards of glass, cutting deeper with each recollection. The color had faded from her world, and she could only see shades of gray. Her heartache turned to anger as she thought of Hades, the dark god who had claimed her daughter. How could he take Proserpina away, plunging her into the depths of his shadowy realm? The injustice burned within Ceres, a fire igniting her soul. She had pleaded with the gods, her cries piercing the heavens. "How can you allow this?" she shouted, her voice echoing through the skies. But the silence that followed was deafening, a painful reminder that even the gods could be indifferent. As the days turned into weeks, Ceres refused to let the earth slip away into darkness. She rallied the remaining plants, coaxing them back to life with all the power she could muster. Yet, no matter how much she tried, the soil remained stubborn, mirroring her own despondency. The seeds she planted refused to sprout. The flowers she nurtured wilted under the weight of her sorrow. Each wilted petal felt like a piece of her heart breaking, a reminder of the devastation that had unfolded. Then came the day when a chilling wind swept through the fields, bringing with it whispers of change. Ceres felt it in her bones. Something was stirring, but it was not hope, at least not yet. Shadows danced at the edges of her vision, and a sense of foreboding clung to the air. It was as if the world was holding its breath, waiting for a moment to unfold, a reckoning that would shatter the stillness. In the depths of her despair, Ceres gathered her resolve. She would not let Proserpina's absence extinguish her spirit. Clenching her fists, she called upon the ancient powers that coursed through her veins. The earth trembled beneath her feet, and the sky darkened as she commanded the elements. Lightning crackled overhead, illuminating her fierce determination. "I will not be silenced. I will not relent," she vowed to the heavens, her voice echoing as if the very mountains answered her call. But as the storm raged around her, the world outside her heart remained unforgiving. Crops continued to wither. The fields bore witness to her struggle, yet they remained desolate. Each droplet of rain that fell seemed to be a cruel joke, nourishing only the grief that had taken root inside her. Ceres sank to her knees, despair washing over her like a wave, drowning her in sorrow. The darkness of her heart felt insurmountable, the vastness of her grief a chasm that threatened to swallow her whole. In those lonely moments, she felt a flicker of something, an ember of hope buried beneath the pain. Perhaps if she could reach the underworld, she could confront Hades, demand her daughter back. But the thought of facing the dark god filled her with dread. He was a force of nature, ruthless and unforgiving. Yet, the thought of Proserpina, lost and alone, ignited a fierce determination within Ceres. The goddess would not allow fear to dictate her actions. She would brave the depths of despair to bring her daughter home. This was more than just a mother's love. It was a battle for life itself. As she rose from the ground, Ceres felt a new energy coursing through her, a burning desire to reclaim what was rightfully hers. With resolute steps, she turned away from the barren fields, the weight of her sorrow still heavy but no longer paralyzing. the goddess of agriculture would become the embodiment of relentless hope. Every heartbeat echoed with the promise that she would find Proserpina, no matter the cost. The dance of shadows that had once haunted her now transformed into a path forward, igniting her spirit with fierce purpose. As Ceres ventured toward the unknown, the sky crackled with energy, and the winds whispered secrets of strength. She would face the darkness, and with it, she would reclaim the light that had been stolen from her. The journey ahead was fraught with danger, but the bond between mother and daughter was a force that could not be broken. And so she pressed on, a fierce warrior cloaked in love, determined to rewrite the fate that had torn her world asunder. Under the heavy sky, a single tear slipped down the cheek of a young woman named Isadora, its path glistening in the fleeting sunlight. She stood at the edge of a bustling marketplace in ancient Athens, where merchants shouted their wares and children laughed in the sun-warmed streets. Yet, in that moment, her heart felt like it had been plunged into icy water. She was haunted by a feeling she couldn't quite shake, a sense that her life was already written in the stars, and no matter how hard she fought, she was bound to a fate she did not choose. Isadora's hands trembled slightly as she clutched a simple silver locket, a gift from her beloved, Lysander. The locket, cool against her skin, was more than a piece of jewelry. It was a symbol of a love that had blossomed under the watchful eyes of the fates themselves. The three sisters, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, spun, measured, and cut the threads of every life, including hers. Each strand woven into the tapestry of existence ensured that some souls would dance with destiny, while others would struggle against it, like leaves caught in a storm. The fates were whispered about in hushed tones. Stories passed down through generations spoke of their power, their indifference, and sometimes their cruel sense of humor. In the grand halls of history, many had met their ends due to the whims of these divine beings, while others found unexpected joy. But what of Isadora? She believed her love was pure, yet the shadows of doubt loomed over her like a dark cloud. Her parents had arranged her marriage to a wealthy man, one who could provide for her but would never understand the depths of her heart. As she wandered through the marketplace, vibrant colors and enticing aromas surrounded her, yet they felt dull and distant. The laughter of children echoed like a haunting melody, reminding her of the dreams she had as a child, dreams of love, adventure, and freedom. But now, those dreams felt like fragile glass, ready to shatter at any moment. She knew she must choose, but the weight of that choice pressed down on her chest like a heavy stone. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit corner of the same marketplace, Lysander watched Isadora from afar. There was a fire in his heart that burned for her, a desire that felt as inevitable as the rising sun. But the reality of their situation threatened to snuff that flame out. His hands were calloused from years of labor, his pockets empty save for a few worn coins. He was no match for the wealth and status of the man her parents had chosen. Yet, did love not deserve a chance? In his mind, he heard the words of the ancient poets, who spoke of love as a force that could conquer all. Caught between hope and despair, he was determined to fight for Isadora, to defy the threads woven by the fates. But the gods had their own agenda, often twisting the threads of fate into unforeseen knots. As twilight descended, casting a golden hue over Athens, Isadora and Lysander found themselves drawn together beneath a blooming olive tree. The air was thick with tension. They both understood that this could be their last moment together. The world around them faded into a blur, leaving only the two of them, heartbeats echoing like a drum in the stillness of the night. Isadora. Lysander's voice was just above a whisper, laced with urgency. Can we not escape this? Can we not defy them? His eyes held a wild spark, a desperate plea that made her heart race. Tears filled her eyes, the weight of their impossible love crashing down on her. What if we fail, Lysander? What if the fates have already decided our paths? Her words trembled, filled with the raw fear of losing everything. Lysander stepped closer, his hand reaching out to cup her cheek, his thumb brushing away a tear. Then we will fail together, but I cannot live without you. You are my destiny, my heart, In that moment, as their lips met for a fleeting kiss, the universe seemed to hold its breath. The stars above twinkled knowingly, as if the fates were watching, intrigued by the audacity of two souls attempting to carve their own destiny. But all too quickly, they pulled away, reality crashing back in. The laughter of the marketplace had faded. They were alone in their hidden world, yet the danger of discovery loomed like storm clouds. The locket around Isadora's neck felt heavier than ever, as if the metal had turned to lead. "If we are to fight, we must be clever," she said, her voice steadier now. "We can plan. We can find a way to break free from this arrangement." But in the shadows, the fates observed with their timeless eyes, swirling the threads of their lives together. A single strand glimmered ominously, hinting at betrayal, while another sparkled with hope. In the fabric of existence, destiny was neither kind nor cruel. It simply was. Each twist and turn brought the couple closer to a reckoning, a moment that would alter their fates forever. Days turned to weeks, and the sun rose and set over Athens, each moment intertwining their lives deeper into the relentless tapestry of destiny. Plans were made, whispers exchanged, and with each heartbeat, they edged closer to a confrontation that could either break them or bind them forever. But as Isadora prepared to take a stand against her parents, a dark cloud hung over their plans. The weight of the fates was crushing, and in the quiet stillness before the storm, she felt the pull of destiny tightening around them. The air crackled with uncertainty, and the shadows deepened, hinting that the next chapter of their tale would be filled with trials that neither could foresee. They stood on the precipice of a choice that would ripple through time, the echoes of their love resonating through the ages, binding their souls in ways they could never fully understand. The fates smiled knowingly, their ancient hands weaving the fabric of their lives, leaving only one question lingering in the night air. Would love triumph, or would it be swallowed by the inexorable tide of destiny? The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the earth, its light spilling like molten gold across fields and forests. This was no ordinary day. It was the day of Proserpina's return, a moment whispered among the ancients, steeped in legend and longing. As twilight descended, anticipation crackled in the air, palpable and electric. Families gathered around hearths, their stories intertwined with the myth of Proserpina, the goddess who roamed the surface only once a year, her heart forever tethered to the underworld. In the quiet of a forest clearing, flowers began to bloom, their colors vibrant against the backdrop of fading light. An elder hazel tree, gnarled and wise, stood sentinel, its branches reaching toward the heavens as if beckoning her return. The soft rustle of leaves whispered secrets carried through centuries, tales of loss and reunion, of love that defies the bounds of life and death. Children darted around the clearing, laughter mingling with the rustling wind, their innocence a stark contrast to the heavy histories that hovered just beyond their understanding. As dusk cloaked the land, an ethereal glow emerged from the depths of the woods. A figure, cloaked in shimmering fabrics that caught the dying light, stepped forward. Proserpina. Her presence was enchanting, a swirling mix of light and shadow, embodying both the warmth of spring and the chill of winter. The air thickened as she approached, a gentle breeze following in her wake, carrying with it the scent of blooming flowers and distant memories. The heart of the gathering quickened. All eyes turned to her, filled with hope and yearning. They had waited so long, each year marking the passage of time with the cycle of seasons, each season a reminder of her absence. Yet now, as she stood before them, the weight of that absence seemed to lift, if only for a moment. Proserpina's gaze swept over the crowd, her eyes glimmering with a wisdom that transcended time itself. "So many have come to greet me," she said, her voice melodic like the chime of silver bells. "Yet, I am here for a fleeting moment, a heartbeat in eternity. I bring warmth, yet I carry the chill of the underworld with me." Gasps rippled through the onlookers. They could feel the pull of her dual nature, the joy of reunion intermingling with the sorrow of parting. Every heart bore its own grief, its own longing, and Proserpina was the embodiment of that bittersweet love. She stepped closer, her feet barely touching the ground, as if she floated on the very air that filled the space between them. Among the crowd, a young girl named Livia clutched a wildflower bouquet, her small fingers trembling. She felt a strange connection to Proserpina, as if the goddess understood the ache of her heart. "Will you stay with us, Proserpina?" she called out, her voice echoing with innocent hope. The goddess knelt before her, eyes sparkling with understanding. "Sweet child, my time here is but a flicker. I come to remind you of the cycles of life. I am part of the earth and the underworld, and the love that binds them. Just as spring follows winter, I must return, but my spirit will always be with you, even in my absence." Livia's heart sank, a mixture of joy and despair swirling within her. The other children gathered close, their faces alight with wonder, while the adults stood in reverent silence, the weight of history pressing down on them. They knew this moment was sacred, a fleeting glimpse into a world where life and death intertwined in an endless dance. As Proserpina stood, the atmosphere shifted. Shadows stretched and deepened, the twilight thickening around them, a reminder of the darkness she would soon return to. The air grew colder, and a palpable tension filled the space. The joy of reunion felt overshadowed by the inevitable farewell. Proserpina turned her gaze to the horizon, where the last rays of sunlight blazed fiercely against the encroaching night. "Each year, I leave a piece of my heart with you," she said, her voice now a whisper that seemed to echo through the ages. "In every blossom, every fruit, and every whisper of the wind, I am part of your lives as much as you are part of mine." An elder stepped forward, his voice trembling with age and emotion. "Will you not tell us when you will return again?" His question hung in the air, heavy with the weight of longing. Proserpina's expression softened, a hint of mischief dancing in her eyes. "Time is a fickle thing, my dear friend. I cannot promise you a date, but I can promise you that I will return with the spring, as surely as the earth awakens from its slumber." The crowd erupted into cheers, but beneath that joy lay an undercurrent of sorrow. As they celebrated, the shadows creeping in felt more pronounced, a reminder of the duality of Proserpina's existence. The night was fast approaching, and with it, the chilling specter of the underworld loomed, calling her home. With one last glance at the faces before her, Proserpina raised her arms, and the air shimmered with magic. Flowers bloomed in her wake, petals gently falling to the ground like tears of joy. A sudden gust of wind whipped through the clearing, and the crowd gasped, feeling the power of her connection to both worlds. "Remember this moment," she urged, her voice echoing like the fading light. "In your hearts, I shall always be present. As you plant seeds in the earth, think of me, and I will be there, whispering through the leaves." The first stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and as the last rays of day slipped away, Proserpina took a step back, her form flickering like a candle in the wind. The night surrounded her, and as the darkness enveloped her figure, gasps of dismay spread through the crowd. One last burst of light illuminated the clearing, a radiant beacon against the encroaching shadows, before it faded into the night. A hush fell over the gathering, hearts heavy with the weight of loss, yet buoyed by the promise of her return. In that moment of silence, the world felt suspended, the air thick with unspoken emotions. Each person stood lost in thought, reflecting on the love they shared, the cycles of life that wove them together, and the bittersweet nature of existence. What had been a joyful reunion now transformed into a poignant farewell, a reminder that love is never truly lost, but rather transformed, waiting to spring forth again in the warmth of spring. The stars blinked overhead, a silent promise that the cycle would continue, even as silence fell over the gathering and the darkness deepened around them. As the last remnants of winter reluctantly released their icy grip, the world began to stir. The air, once sharp and biting, now shimmered with the gentle warmth of the sun. The first brave crocus pushed its vibrant head through the thawing ground, a splash of purple against the still brown soil. For the people of ancient times, this was not just a change in weather. It was a sacred promise of renewal and rebirth. In the whispers of the wind, they sensed the long-awaited transformation. spoke of fresh beginnings. It evoked hope wrapped in the soft petals of blooming flowers. Spring was a storyteller, weaving tales of life from the remnants of winter's solitude. Each budding leaf and each chirping bird breathed life into the dreams long buried under snow. The earth, once again, would wear its cloak of colors, a vivid tapestry that captivated hearts and nourished the spirit. In Mesopotamia, the arrival of spring was celebrated with festivals dedicated to the goddess Inanna, who represented love and war but also fertility and growth. People danced and rejoiced, connecting with the rhythms of nature, feeling the pulse of life beneath their feet. The rituals were a heartfelt plea for the land to awaken, for the crops to flourish, and for families to prosper. In those moments, laughter mingled with the scent of newly bloomed flowers, and the echoes of shouts harmonized with the joyful songs of birds returning from their winter retreats. As the sun climbed higher, the colors of spring intensified. The lush greens of grass and the bold yellows of daffodils burst forth with uncontainable joy. In the shadows of ancient trees, children played, their carefree laughter a melody woven into the very fabric of the season. They chased butterflies that flitted like living jewels amidst the blossoms, embodying the spirit of adventure and the innocence of youth. It was a time when the world felt alive, brimming with possibilities. In this vibrant tapestry, the symbolism of spring ran deep. For centuries, cultures across the globe have revered this season as one of rebirth. The ancient Egyptians celebrated the arrival of spring with the festival of Weepatrempet, marking the beginning of their new year. It was a time when the Nile would swell, its waters bringing fertility to the land. Crops would flourish, and the people would gather in gratitude, thanking the gods for the lush earth that sprang to life once more. The Nile was not just a river. It was a lifeline, a giver of life, embodying the very essence of renewal. As winter's shadows receded, the world became a canvas painted with vivid strokes of color. Every blossom held a story, and every breeze carried the promise of growth. Farmers immersed themselves in their fields, their hands gritty with soil, a tangible connection to the earth that sustained them. With each seed they planted, they whispered hopes for the future. The act of sowing was a sacred ritual, a dance between humanity and nature, a confirmation that life would persist despite the coldest of winters. The symbolism of spring could also be seen in the stories of rebirth that shaped many religions. The Christian celebration of Easter reverberated with themes of resurrection and new life, echoing the promise inherent in the season itself. In the days leading to Easter, the world transformed, just as the spirits of believers were renewed. The crucifixion and resurrection of Christ mirrored the cycle of life, death, and rebirth that played out in nature. The landscape adorned with flowers and budding trees served as a living testament to the eternal hope that spring brings. In Asia, the arrival of spring was marked by the vibrant colors of Holi, the festival of colors, celebrated with exuberance and joy. People smeared each other with powders of red, blue, green, and yellow, symbolizing the victory of good over evil and the arrival of love and happiness. It was a time to forgive, to forget past grievances, and to embrace new beginnings. As the colors flew through the air, so did the weight of burdens. The laughter, the splashes of color, and the songs of celebration became a dance of renewal, an affirmation that life, like spring, would always find a way to bloom anew. Each new bud, each sprouting leaf, carried with it the essence of hope. It was as if nature itself conspired to remind humanity of its resilience. The cycles of life intermingled like the roots of trees, forming a web of connections that reached deep beneath the surface. The stories of spring intertwined with the hearts of those who observed it, each bloom a reminder that in the depths of despair and the chill of winter, the promise of renewal awaited just around the corner. The seasons had a way of teaching profound lessons, and spring was perhaps the greatest teacher of all. It encouraged reflection on the past while stirring excitement for the future. The Earth's awakening wasn't just a spectacle to behold. It was an invitation to embrace change, to shed old skins, and to rise anew, just as the world around them did. As the sun set on a warm spring day, the colors of the sky blended with the hues of the flowers below, creating a surreal masterpiece. The fragrance of lilacs hung in the air, mingling with the laughter of children and the gentle rustle of leaves. It was a time suspended between what had been and what was yet to come, filled with promise and wonder. And as night descended, the stars twinkled brightly, echoing the sentiment that even in darkness, there was light, a light that reminded everyone of the beauty that awaited in the dawn of each new day. The symbolism of spring was all-encompassing, a cycle of life that would continue, eternally intertwined with the human experience. And as the earth turned once more, the seeds of this season's stories awaited their time to grow, their roots seeking nourishment in the soil rich with history and hope. The shadows danced like flickering flames, casting an eerie glow on the walls of a vast cavern, where the air hung heavy with whispers of long-forgotten secrets. The ground trembled underfoot, not from the weight of the earth above, but from the pulsating force of an economy built on the very essence of despair and decay. Here, in this hidden world, wealth was measured not in gold or jewels but in the very souls that traversed its dark corridors. Pluto, the ancient god of the underworld, ruled over this shadowy domain with an iron grip. His kingdom thrummed with life, a twisted version of the world above, brimming with riches harvested from the remnants of lives lost. As the gates of this realm creaked open, a chilling breeze swept through, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and the metallic tang of fear. In this economy, the currency was measured in shadows and echoes. For every soul that passed into Pluto's domain, a debt was created. Memories, emotions, and regrets transformed into a currency that flowed like a river through the underworld. Here, lost lovers exchanged their heartaches for fleeting moments of joy, while those haunted by their pasts bartered their sorrows for a chance at redemption. The more a soul had suffered, the richer it became in this haunting marketplace. The market itself was a spectacle of grotesque beauty. Vendors with hollow eyes and twisted smiles hawked their wares, fragments of memories trapped in glass orbs, bottled tears that shimmered like diamonds, and whispers of lost dreams that floated through the air like mist. The cries of the damned echoed in the background, creating a symphony of despair that both attracted and repelled those who dared to tread in this underworld bazaar. As shadows moved among the stalls, a figure emerged, cloaked in the tattered remnants of a once vibrant life. They were a collector, an individual who traded in the most precious commodity of all, the stories of the souls that passed through. Each tale was a treasure, a glimpse into the lives that had once been vibrant with laughter and light. The collector listened intently, their heart heavy with the weight of dreams unfulfilled, and with every story shared, the tapestry of the underworld's economy grew more intricate. But it wasn't just the souls themselves that filled the coffers of Pluto's realm. A darker, more sinister resource thrived in the depths, a network of fear and despair that fueled an insatiable hunger. The rivers of Styx and Acheron, once serene in their flow, now teemed with lost hopes and broken promises. The waters, dark and foreboding, served as both a barrier and a means of transport, carrying the souls to judgment and, in turn, feeding the very heart of this shadowy economy. In the depths of the underworld, an assembly of the wretched gathered. They were the forgotten, the ones whose cries faded into silence, yet their presence was palpable. Here, the haunting tales of betrayal and grief intertwined, creating a palpable energy that crackled in the air. Each soul yearned for connection, for understanding, and the flickers of their shared experiences ignited a flame of camaraderie amid the darkness. Among them was a woman named Lyra, who had traded her laughter for sorrow. Her story was etched in her eyes, a haunting reminder of love lost and dreams shattered. In the underworld, she found solace among the broken, the echoes of their shared pain forming a bond stronger than any earthly tie. They pooled their resources, stories, memories, and hopes, forming an underground network that began to reshape the economy of despair into something more powerful. The intensity of emotion surged, creating a tempest that could not be contained. Whispers of rebellion spread like wildfire through the darkened corridors, igniting a spark of defiance within the hearts of the damned. They began to lay plans, to dream of a day when their stories would no longer be traded for fleeting moments of joy, but instead would transform into a force of revolution. The economy of despair would be turned on its head, reshaping the very foundation of Pluto's dominion. As the tension built, the air thickened with anticipation. The ground trembled once more, but this time not from the weight of inevitability. It was the beginning of a movement, a collective awakening. With each gathering, they shared tales of courage and hope that flickered like fireflies in the night. The power of their combined stories became an unstoppable tide, a wave of emotion that surged toward the heart of the underworld. But Pluto was not blind to the brewing storm. The god of the underworld, with his eternal gaze, sensed the shift in the atmosphere. He tightened his grip on his domain, for he understood that the souls of the damned were not merely pawns in his game. They held secrets and strengths that could challenge his reign. His very essence was intertwined with the economy he had built, and the thought of losing control sent ripples of dread through the shadows. With every heartbeat, the tension escalated. The echoes of rebellion resonated louder, threatening to shatter the silence that had long defined the underworld. The energy pulsed through the air, a promise of change that lingered just out of reach. In the depths of despair, hope began to bloom, a fragile flower pushing through the cracks of an ancient stone. As whispers turned to chants and plans transformed into action, the underworld's economy trembled on the brink of transformation. The souls, once bound by fear and despair, began to realize their true power. They were not mere echoes of the past. They were the architects of their own destiny, crafting a future where their stories would hold weight and meaning beyond the confines of Pluto's dark domain. In that moment, the air crackled with emotion, rich and intoxicating, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, the human spirit could rise, defiant and unyielding. The tale of the underworld's economy was far from over, and as the shadows danced, a new chapter awaited. A chapter where wealth was redefined, and the very essence of existence was transformed into a force of unimaginable power. In a world painted with the hues of divine intrigue, the air crackled with tension, a storm gathering over the pantheon of gods. Towers made of clouds loomed over celestial fields, each deity watching others with a mix of suspicion and ambition. The relationships among these powerful beings were as unpredictable as lightning, sparking alliances and igniting rivalries that would send tremors through the very fabric of existence. Zeus, the Thunderer, stood at the summit of Olympus, his eyes scanning the horizon. His once unchallenged reign faced whispers from below. The other gods were restless. Hera, his wife, felt the weight of discontent simmering in the air. Every glance exchanged among the gods was layered with unspoken words and hidden agendas. Beneath their radiant exteriors lay an emotional battlefield where trust often twisted into betrayal. Across the expanse of their celestial kingdom, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, contemplated her own position. A shrewd strategist, she understood that alliances were as fragile as gossamer threads. Her bond with Poseidon, god of the sea, was a dance on a razor's edge. While they shared the goal of maintaining balance in the world, his temperamental nature often clashed with her calculated approach. In the depths of the ocean, Poseidon summoned storms to prove his might, while Athena crafted plans to ensure peace among mortals. They stood together in times of crisis, yet the ocean's roar was a constant reminder of their differing philosophies. Meanwhile, Ares, the god of war, reveled in chaos. His heart raced at the thought of confrontation, the thrill of battle igniting a fire in his veins. He often sought alliances not for strength, but for the sheer joy of upheaval. The mere sight of Aphrodite, with her enchanting beauty, brought both comfort and conflict. They were lovers, yet their desires pulled them in opposite directions. The love that sparked between them could also lead to the bloodiest of wars. Ares thrived in tumult, while Aphrodite sought harmony, pulling at the strings of fate as she tried to soothe the gods around her. On the fringes stood Loki, the trickster god, a wild card in a deck of certainty. His laughter echoed through the halls of Asgard, infectious and unnerving. Alliances with Loki were double-edged swords. They brimmed with excitement but could turn treacherous in the blink of an eye. The gods knew they couldn't trust him completely. Yet, They also recognized his cleverness and how it could turn the tides of fate. Loki understood the fragile web of relationships that tethered the gods together, and he thrived on the chaos born from rivalries. He reveled in the tension, using it to manipulate the very essence of their bonds. The celestial ballad of gods was punctuated by the fierce rivalry between Zeus and Hades, brothers torn apart by ambition. While Zeus commanded the skies, Hades ruled the underworld, a realm shrouded in shadows. Their dichotomy was haunting. One light, the other darkness. Hades's resentment festered as he watched Zeus bask in the adoration of mortals. While Zeus reveled in the thunderous applause, Hades found solace in the forgotten souls, whose stories echoed in the dim corners of his realm. Their encounters were charged, often leading to simmering confrontations that could erupt into outright conflict. As twilight descended upon Olympus, the gods gathered for a council, a tense assembly beneath the stars. Each deity held their breath, the air thick with anticipation. Decisions made here could alter the balance of power, forging new alliances or shattering old friendships. With every word spoken, tempers flared and emotions flared higher. Athena rose to speak, her voice steady but filled with urgency. "We must unite against the rising tide of chaos," she implored, her gaze sweeping over her fellow deities. Yet, even as she spoke, shadows flickered in the corners of the gathering. Ares' smirk, Loki's sly grin. The echoes of their past betrayals hung heavy in the air, mingling with the scent of jasmine and ambrosia. Poseidon shifted uneasily, his gaze locking with Athena's. "And what if our unity only feeds the ambition of one? Can we truly trust each other?" His voice rumbled like the waves, a reminder of the storm that could brew with a single spark of discord. As the gods bickered, the air crackling with tension, even the stars seemed to dim, anticipating the outcome of this celestial standoff. It was a moment suspended in time, where alliances were forged and rivalries deepened. The heart of Olympus thudded like a war drum, anticipating the inevitable clash of wills. In another realm, the mortals below sensed the change, the weight of divine emotions spilling into their lives. The gods' disputes painted the sky with ominous clouds, stirring storms in the hearts of humans. They prayed fervently, hoping to curry favor with the deities, unaware that their pleas would only deepen the chasms between the gods above. As Zeus raised his voice, demanding order, Hera's eyes flickered with concern. She sensed the rift growing, a dangerous chasm that could swallow their unity whole. "We must remember our purpose," she urged, her heart aching for the harmony that once bound them. Yet, how could she speak of unity when each god carried their own grievances like stones in their hearts? A sudden clash of thunder echoed through Olympus, a reminder of the latent power each god held. It was a call to arms, an invitation to battle, and the air shimmered with the promise of conflict. The gods stood on the precipice of something monumental, teetering between the thrill of alliances and the peril of rivalries. Each heartbeat aligned with the pulse of fate, urging them to make a choice that could seal their destinies forever. But just as their passions reached a fever pitch, the winds shifted once more. A new player emerged, a force feared and respected across the realms. The whispers of an ancient prophecy began to circulate, hinting at a cataclysm that could change everything. The ground trembled beneath them as they faced an unknown enemy, a reminder that while they fought among themselves, a greater threat loomed on the horizon. The gods exchanged glances filled with uncertainty, the realization dawning upon them that they could not afford to be divided in the face of such peril. The laughter of Loki mingled with the tension, a sign that chaos was never far behind. The bonds forged in moments of peace could just as easily become weapons in the battles to come, and every decision made would weave a new thread in the tapestry of their fates. And as the council drew to a close, the tension thickened, intertwining with the shadows of rivalry and the flickering light of potential alliances. The stage was set, the players in place, and the echoes of their choices would ripple through eternity, leading them to confront not only each other, but the very essence of their existence. What lay ahead was a storm, and in its eye, the gods would find their truths laid bare, their alliances tested, and their rivalries reignited. an emotional dance that would never truly end. Pluto sat in the dimly lit chamber of his underworld throne room, shadows clinging to him like an old cloak. It was a place of silence, yet the silence itself felt heavy, as if the air held the weight of unspoken words and lost moments. Here, in this cold and dark domain, he often pondered the nature of love, an emotion as elusive as the flickering shadows that danced on his walls. Love had always seemed like a foreign concept to him, a distant echo of the warmth found above in the world of the living. But everything changed the moment Proserpina entered his life. With a grace that seemed to defy the very darkness surrounding him, she stepped into his realm, a burst of light in a place where light rarely existed. Her laughter floated through the air, a melody that wove itself into the fabric of his solitude, piercing his heart like a ray of sunlight breaking through heavy clouds. The moment he laid eyes on her, the very essence of his being shifted. He, the god of the underworld, found himself yearning, a feeling so unfamiliar yet so intoxicating. Proserpina was unlike anyone he had ever encountered, a reflection of life and vitality that tugged at the corners of his heart. As she explored the dark corners of his realm, he watched her, fascinated. She was the goddess of spring, the embodiment of rebirth and renewal, and Pluto felt his frozen heart begin to thaw. It was a lesson he never anticipated learning: how to feel, how to care, how to love. It was both beautiful and terrifying, like standing on the edge of a precipice, unsure if he would fly or fall. Days turned into weeks, and the underworld seemed less desolate with Proserpina by his side. They walked through fields of shade, where the earth was rich and soft beneath their feet. She talked about the flowers that bloomed in spring, her voice painting vivid pictures of colors and fragrances that Pluto could only imagine. He listened, captivated by her passion, his heart swelling with a strange mix of joy and fear. Would she stay? Would this warmth last? Or would it vanish into the shadows, leaving him cold and alone once more? In those moments, he learned that love was not just a feeling. It was a choice, a commitment to stand by one another through the light and the dark. Proserpina taught him about vulnerability. She showed him how to let down the walls he had built around himself, how to embrace the uncertainties that came with caring for someone else. He could see the beauty in her eyes, the way her spirit danced with the wind, and he knew he could not bear to let her go. But Pluto was not without his demons. In the quiet hours of the night, doubt would creep in like a thief, whispering fears that clawed at his heart. How could he offer her a life below the earth, in shadows and gloom? Would she ever truly be happy here, away from the sun and the vibrant world above? The weight of his insecurities felt heavier than the stones that surrounded him, pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. One fateful evening, under a sky that seemed to mirror his turmoil, Proserpina made a brave decision. She turned to him, her eyes shimmering with determination. "Pluto," she said softly, "I want to understand the darkness you dwell in. Show me your world, and I will show you mine." Her words resonated deep within him, igniting a spark of hope. Could love truly bridge the gap between light and shadow? With every step she took deeper into his realm, he revealed the beauty hidden within the darkness. Together, they explored the caverns adorned with glistening crystals, shimmering in the faint light like stars fallen from the heavens. As they ventured further, Proserpina's laughter echoed off the walls, filling the space with warmth, pushing back the chill that had long settled in Pluto's heart. He watched her, a sense of awe washing over him, realizing that love had transformed his world. It was no longer just a place of despair, but a canvas waiting for color. Yet, as their bond grew stronger, so did Pluto's fears. The whispers of the past haunted him. He remembered the tales of Persephone, Proserpina's counterpart, and how she had been stolen away by him. The legends spoke of loss and heartache, and he feared that their love would lead Proserpina to the same fate. Would history repeat itself? Would he lose her to the world above, just as he had claimed her before? One day, as they sat together on the rocky outcroppings overlooking the river Styx, he voiced his fears, his voice trembling. "What if you tire of this place? What if you long for the sun, the vibrant colors of life above. I cannot bear to be the reason you suffer. Tears glimmered in Proserpina's eyes, and Pluto felt his own heart break at the thought of causing her pain. Proserpina reached out, taking his hand in hers, her touch a soothing balm against his turmoil. I chose to be here, Pluto. I chose you. Love is not about possession. It's about partnership. Her words wrapped around him like a warm embrace, and for the first time, he felt a flicker of reassurance that maybe, just maybe, they could forge a new path together. But the winds of fate were fickle. Just as their love began to bloom, shadows from the past threatened to invade their sanctuary. The gods above stirred, their gazes piercing down into the underworld, and whispers of jealousy and fear began to swirl around them like a storm. Pluto could sense the tension building in the air, and his heart raced. Would they be allowed to keep this love, or would the forces beyond their control tear them apart? As the skies darkened and thunder rumbled ominously in the distance, the truth of their love hung in the balance, shimmering like a fragile thread woven through the fabric of existence. In that moment, standing on the precipice of their destinies, Pluto realized that love was not just about the warmth it brought. It was also about the storms it weathered. And as they faced the coming tempest together, he understood that the greatest lesson of love was still to unfold, teaching them both what it truly meant to belong to one another, beyond the realms of light and shadow. The air hung heavy with smoke and memories as Althea knelt at the edge of the ancient chasm. Shadows danced from the flickering torchlight, twisting shapes that seemed to whisper secrets from the underworld. Her heart raced, throbbing with every breath, caught between the past and the heavy weight of unspoken words. This was the place where forgiveness could take root, where wounds could heal, if only one dared to confront the ghosts that lingered beneath the surface. In this dimly lit cavern, time seemed to stand still. The echoes of ancient battles and lost loves reverberated through the stone. Althea had come here not just as a seeker of answers, but as a woman burdened by the betrayal of a friend, a woven tapestry of trust now frayed and torn. Tears pricked her eyes as she thought of Lyra, the warmth of their shared laughter now replaced by cold silence. The memory of the betrayal sliced through her like a dagger. She had once believed that friendship could conquer all, yet here she was, shackled by the chains of anger and resentment. In this underworld, the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and old wounds. The walls seemed to breathe with the weight of history. Beneath her feet lay the bones of those who had once walked these paths, warriors, lovers, and lost souls. Each had their own story of sorrow and forgiveness, and each had faced their demons in this very space. Would she, too, find the strength to forgive? As she moved deeper into the cavern, the stories of those who had come before her started to resurface. There was the tale of Orpheus, who descended into the underworld to reclaim his beloved Eurydice, only to lose her again through a single moment of doubt. The bitterness of loss echoed in Althea's heart. What price was too high for love, and what price for forgiveness? She thought of the countless stories told around crackling fires, where heroes rose and fell, often fueled by grudges that turned to ashes. Would she become another chapter in that tragic book? The flickering flames cast eerie shadows that morphed into the faces of those who had suffered. She saw the tormented gaze of a soldier who had been betrayed by his own kin, his sorrow transforming into rage that consumed him. The cavern felt alive, as if the very stone resonated with the cries of the forsaken. Althea's heart ached. She felt their pain, their struggle to forgive those who had wronged them. But what if, instead of seeking vengeance, they had chosen to heal? What if they had found the strength to let go? Suddenly, a sound echoed through the darkness. A soft whimper, almost like a plea for understanding. Althea turned, her breath catching in her throat. From the shadows, a figure emerged, Lyra. The sight of her friend sent a rush of conflicting emotions surging through Althea. Anger, betrayal, love, and an overwhelming desire for reconciliation collided within her soul. They stood frozen, locked in a moment that felt both eternal and fleeting. Althea, Lyra's voice trembled, laced with regret. I've waited for you to come here. I've wanted to explain, to ask for your forgiveness. Every part of Althea screamed to turn away, to flee from the pain. But in that moment, she remembered the stories, the lessons of those who had faced their own demons. The ancient voices around her urged her to listen, to understand, to forgive. The weight of history settled on her shoulders, binding her to this moment. "You hurt me," Althea whispered, her voice barely a breath. Each word was weighted with the gravity of their shared past. "You broke our bond." "I know," Lyra admitted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I was blinded by my own fears, and I hurt the one person I cared for most." The darkness of the cavern seemed to fade, replaced by a flicker of light as Lyra took a step closer. "But I never meant to destroy what we had. I can't change the past, but I want to make things right." A wave of emotion washed over Althea as memories of laughter and shared dreams flooded her mind. Moments of joy that had been overshadowed by betrayal. She could feel the walls of resentment crumbling, stone by stone, but the path to forgiveness was rocky. With every heartbeat, she wrestled with the shame of her anger, the fear of allowing vulnerability to seep back in. "What if I can't forgive?" Althea felt the words slip from her lips, raw and unrefined. The truth hung between them, heavy and unyielding. Lyra took another step forward, her gaze piercing through the darkness. "Then we'll keep trying. Forgiveness isn't easy. It's a journey. But I want to take that journey with you. We can heal together." The intensity of the moment surged as Althea contemplated the impossible. The cavern pulsed with memories, urging her to confront her pain. The history of their friendship, as well as the wounds they bore, filled the air with an electric tension. Althea's heart ached, resting with the familiar struggle between love and anger, between moving on and holding on tightly to the past. Around them, the ghosts of the broken-hearted looked on, their stories woven into the fabric of the cavern. Would they be witnesses to a fresh beginning, or would they see another friendship fade into darkness? Time slowed as Althea searched for the courage buried deep within her. She could see the sincerity in Lyra's eyes, the reflection of her own pain mirrored back at her. In that moment, everything hung in the balance, poised on the edge of a decision that could change everything. A breath escaped Althea's lips, heavy with the weight of unspoken words. Maybe I can try," she finally admitted. And in that fragile moment of vulnerability, a flicker of hope ignited in the depths of the cavern. The air shifted as the ancient spirits bore witness to this pivotal moment. The past and future converged, a fragile thread woven through the darkness. Althea felt the warmth of forgiveness begin to thaw the cold edges of her heart, the promise of healing whispering through the shadows. The cavern echoed with the potential of what could be, a new chapter just waiting to unfold. And as they reached toward one another, the light flickered, illuminating the path that lay ahead. In that sacred space between betrayal and trust, they stood ready to embrace the power of forgiveness, knowing full well that the journey had only just begun, and the shadows of the underworld still held many secrets yet to be uncovered. Under the heavy cloak of twilight, the air shimmered with an electric tension that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the earth itself. The villagers gathered at the edge of the ancient forest, whispers of reverence threading through the crowd. Each face was lit by the flickering glow of torches, casting shadows that danced like specters. Tonight was not an ordinary night. It was the sacred time to honor Proserpina and Pluto, the eternal symbols of love, loss, and the cyclical nature of life. As the first drumming began, a deep, resonant sound that reverberated in the chests of those present, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. It was not just the rhythm of the drums that stirred emotions. It was the weight of history, echoing through generations. Centuries before, Romans had gathered to pay homage to the goddess of spring and the god of the underworld. Their rituals were steeped in meaning, each movement a thread weaving the tapestry of human experience. Tonight's rites would echo that ancient legacy, binding the living to the spirits of the past. A young woman, her heart racing, stepped forward. She wore a crown of fresh flowers, vibrant and fragrant, symbolizing Proserpina's return from the depths of winter. As she initiated the dance, her feet moving gracefully across the earth, The people watched in hushed awe. She embodied the duality of existence, for Proserpina represented both the joy of spring and the sorrow of the underworld. Each twirl and leap spoke of hope and despair, pulling at the heartstrings of onlookers. The very air seemed charged with the energy of her movements, a celebration of life intermingled with the shadow of death. From the shadows, an older man emerged, his presence commanding respect. Clad in a dark cloak, he held a staff adorned with symbols of the underworld, a tribute to Pluto. The crowd parted, allowing him to step forward as if they were unveiling a sacred relic. He raised his staff high, invoking the might of the god often feared yet deeply revered. The sound of the drums intensified, echoing the primal fears and desires that lay dormant within every heart. It was a reminder that death was not the end, but rather a transformation, and in honoring Pluto, they acknowledged this truth. The villagers began to chant, their voices rising in a haunting melody that spiraled into the night sky. The words, ancient and powerful, spoke of family, of loss, and of the eternal cycle that binds them all. Their voices intertwined, creating a tapestry of sound that seemed to reach for the heavens, pleading for guidance from the gods. Tears glistened in the eyes of some, as memories of loved ones lost washed over them like a wave, deep and overwhelming. They felt the presence of those who had crossed to the other side, a reminder that they were never truly gone. With each passing moment, the atmosphere thickened, wrapping around the villagers like a heavy fog. The flickering flames of the torches cast long shadows, and for a brief moment, it felt as if the boundary between the living and the dead blurred. The young woman continued to dance, her movements now more urgent, more frantic, as if she were trying to bridge that gap, to pull Proserpina from the depths to join them in the celebration of life. The drumming surged, a heartbeat of the earth that quickened as the dance spiraled into a wild frenzy. Then silence fell like a shroud. The crowd held its breath, eyes fixed on the young woman as she reached the climax of her dance. It was a moment suspended in time, where hope and despair intertwined. The air crackled with tension, and the stillness was deafening. In that silence, the villagers could almost hear the whisper of Proserpina, calling them to remember that life and death were but two sides of the same coin, forever linked in an eternal embrace. As if answering an unspoken prayer, the night sky erupted with stars, each twinkling light a reminder of souls that shone brightly and then faded away. The villagers gasped, their hearts swelling with both joy and sorrow. They stood united, a community bound by the rituals that had been passed down like precious heirlooms, imbued with the power to transcend time. They were all connected, not just by blood, but by shared experiences and rituals that honored the depth of their emotions. The older man, still at the forefront, began to speak, his voice low and steady, weaving tales of Proserpina's descent into the underworld and Pluto's longing for her return. His words painted vivid images in their minds, igniting a fire within each listener. They felt the weight of loss, the aching void that comes with the absence of a loved one, yet also the fervent hope that love could conquer even the darkest of times. The villagers leaned closer, captivated, their hearts swelling with grief and love intertwined. In a moment of catharsis, the young woman stopped dancing and knelt on the ground. She offered the flowers from her crown, scattering them at the feet of the older man. It was a gesture of surrender, a tribute to both Proserpina and Pluto, acknowledging the cycle of life and death. The crowd mirrored her actions, each individual laying down something that represented their own losses. Photos, trinkets, and written notes, each a testament to the love that endured even in absence. As the offerings piled high, a palpable sense of release swept through the gathering. The pain of loss was borne not just by individuals but by the community as a collective. They were all shoulders to lean on, hearts to mend one another. The night deepened, and the stars glimmered even brighter, as if the universe itself was bearing witness to their plight. Then, as if propelled by an unseen force, they all began to chant once more, voices rising in unison, echoing through the forest. The chant morphed into a song, a melody that echoed centuries of tradition, of love, of loss. The words wrapped around them, binding them together in a shared experience that transcended time, tethering them to Proserpina and Pluto, the eternal dance of love and loss, life and death. But the night was far from over. Amidst the swirling emotions, a flicker of something dark loomed at the edges of the celebration. A chill crept in, whispering of secrets yet to be unveiled, of shadows lurking just beyond the light. The villagers, emboldened by their rituals and their shared grief, felt a stirring in the air, a reminder that this sacred night held more than just memories. There were forces at play, unseen powers that demanded attention. And as the celebration continued to swirl around them, they could sense that the true essence of their honoring was just beginning to unfold. Under the shimmering light of a flickering torch, a small group of Romans gathered in a humble courtyard, where the air buzzed with a palpable excitement. Whispers floated around like smoke, carrying tales of gods and heroes that seemed to dance between the ancient stone walls. The crowd leaned in closer, faces illuminated by the golden glow as a storyteller spun vivid narratives that played out in their minds with striking clarity. It was more than just entertainment. It was a lifeline to their past, a bridge connecting them to a world shaped by myths, art, and literature. A world where the divine kissed the mortal realm. The tales of Aeneas and Romulus filled the air, weaving through the night like a spell. In these stories, the Romans found not only their origins but also a reflection of their dreams and fears. Aeneas, the Trojan warrior, who journeyed across treacherous seas and faced countless trials, became a symbol of resilience and hope. He personified the Roman spirit, undaunted and relentless. The audience held their breath as the storyteller recounted the harrowing escape from Troy, the heartbreak of lost friends, and the destiny that awaited him in Italy. With every word, the listeners felt the weight of their ancestors' struggles, a bittersweet reminder of the perseverance that ran through their veins. As the night unfolded, the images of gods and goddesses graced the minds of the Romans. Jupiter, with his thunderbolts, and Venus, with her enchanting beauty, were more than mere figures in the sky. They were woven into the fabric of everyday life. The worship of these deities shaped the rituals and values that governed society. Temples adorned with magnificent sculptures served as reminders of divine favor. The emotional connection to these myths stirred feelings of pride and identity within every heart that beat in sync with the pulse of the city. In such a vibrant cultural landscape, art flourished, giving birth to breathtaking mosaics that depicted not just scenes from mythology, but also the very essence of Roman life. A lush garden of colors spread across walls and floors, each piece telling a story of triumph, love, or loss. The artisans, with their skilled hands and passionate hearts, breathed life into stone, transforming cold surfaces into portals of emotion. A mosaic of a lion hunting a deer wasn't merely decorative. It captured the fierce struggle for survival, evoking feelings of awe and respect for the natural world. Yet, the influence of mythology did not end with visual art. It seeped into the very pages of literature, where poets like Virgil and Ovid crafted verses that resonated through time. The Aeneid, with its rhythmic flow and dramatic arcs, became a cornerstone of Roman education, teaching not just the history of a nation but the very ideals of duty and sacrifice. As young minds absorbed these lessons, they were ignited with a sense of purpose. The stories were powerful, carrying the weight of moral lessons that would echo in the hearts of generations. One could almost hear the passionate recitals of poetry in the bustling forums, where the great works of literature echoed off the stones. It was here that emotions ran high, where the pride of a nation was laid bare in the words of its poets. Between the chaos of politics and the laughter of everyday life, literature became an anchor, reminding the people of their shared humanity. Each poem, each story, held the power to inspire love, ignite revolutions, or heal deep wounds. The very act of storytelling wrapped the Romans in a comforting embrace that transcended time. But there were darker tales as well, woven into the fabric of Roman mythos, the tragedies that mirrored the struggles of the human condition. The story of Dido's despair, as she fell victim to love and betrayal, tugged at the heartstrings of those who listened. Her tragic end served as a haunting reminder of the cost of passion and the fragility of life. The emotions evoked by these stories were raw and real, sparking tears and igniting fiery debates among the listeners. It was this emotional intensity that breathed life into Roman culture, making it not just a reflection of the world around them but a living, breathing entity filled with hope and despair. With every tale told and every artwork unveiled, the threads of mythology intertwined with reality, creating a rich tapestry that defined the Roman experience. The line between the divine and the mundane blurred, as the people walked through their lives carrying the weight of legends on their shoulders. Festivals celebrating the gods filled the streets with color and exuberance, reinforcing their beliefs and traditions. The sound of laughter mingled with the solemn chants as offerings were made, each gesture a connection to the celestial. In the shadows of the temples, the whispers of the past echoed through the ages, reminding the Romans that they were part of something grander than themselves. The myths, the art, and the literature served as vessels for their emotions, a way to explore the boundaries of love, loss, and the eternal struggle for meaning. As the moon rose high in the sky, illuminating the stories etched into the very fabric of Rome, the night was alive with a sense of possibility, a reminder that history is never truly buried. It breathes through the stories we tell, the art we create, and the lives we lead. And just as the torches flickered, casting dancing shadows on the cobblestones, another story awaited to be told, a tale that would carry forward the legacy of their vibrant culture. The echoes of laughter faded, but the anticipation of what lay beyond lingered, like the soft whisper of a breeze carrying the scent of adventure, urging the listeners to lean in and listen closely as the narrative unfolded once more, weaving through time and space, forever entwining their hearts and minds in a relentless embrace. In the soft glow of twilight, when shadows stretch and dance across the earth, a profound stillness blankets the world. It's in this sacred hour, where the veil between life and death thins, that the whispers of lost souls begin to weave their stories. Within this ethereal twilight, tales of love echo through the ages, reminding us that even death cannot extinguish the flame of true affection. Consider the ancient Egyptians, who believed that love was the very essence of the soul. They buried their loved ones with precious objects, food, and heartfelt messages, each artifact a promise that love would continue beyond the grave. Pharaohs like Tutankhamun took it a step further, entombed with treasures meant to serve them in the afterlife. But it wasn't just the rulers. Ordinary people shared this belief, crafting intricate funerary items inscribed with messages of love, reminding their departed that they were eternally cherished. Each pyramid and tomb, a testament to the enduring connection that knows no bounds. Now, shift your gaze to the medieval era, where courtly love flourished amidst the castles and rolling hills of Europe. Here, love stories of knights and noblewomen transcended their earthly lives. The tragic tale of Abelard and Heloise is but one example. Their passionate love affair ignited a firestorm of scandal, leading to imprisonment and separation. Yet even death could not sever their bond. When Heloise passed away, she was laid to rest in the same grave as her lover. Their entwined souls became a symbol of love's power to conquer even the harshest realities of existence. As time marched on, cultures around the world felt the pulse of this unyielding love. In India, the Taj Mahal stands as a monument to the eternal bond between Emperor Shah Jahan and his beloved wife, Mumtaz Mahal. Each marble slab tells a story, a whisper of the love that built it. Shah Jahan's grief was so profound that he dedicated his life to creating a resting place that would reflect the brilliance of their love, illuminating the night with its beauty. This monumental structure remains a silent witness to a love story that resonates through centuries, echoing the truth that love does not wither, it transforms. Beyond these grand tales, stories of ordinary individuals also scream of love that defies the grave. Take the tale of a humble couple in a small town who spent their lives together in a simple, unremarkable house. They would sit on their porch, hands intertwined, sharing secrets and laughter under a starlit sky. When the woman passed, the man was inconsolable. Each day, he would return to that porch, speaking to her as if she were still by his side. The townsfolk watched as he laid fresh flowers on the empty chair, a poignant reminder that love transcends the physical realm, living vibrantly in memories and gestures. Across oceans, in the misty highlands of Scotland, the love story of a shepherd and his lost bride lingers in the air like a haunting melody. Legend has it that after her death, the shepherd would wander the hills, calling her name. Locals say that on stormy nights, when the wind howls fiercely, one can still hear his cries echoing through the valleys, reaching out for the lost love that time could not take away. It's a reminder that the heart grieves in silence, yet the echoes of love resonate louder than any storm. In the realm of art, love's undying nature finds expression in countless works. Take the poignant sculptures of Auguste Rodin, who captured the very essence of human emotion. His The Kiss immortalizes a moment of pure intimacy, a fleeting glimpse of love that exists beyond the confines of mortality. In every brushstroke and chisel mark, there lies the truth that love is not bound by the physical, a force that moves through time and space, connecting souls across dimensions. As the clock ticks, the stories continue to unfold. In the quiet corners of graveyards, the spirits of lovers whisper their vows to one another, promising to reunite in another life. The tale of a soldier who fought bravely and fell far from home is eclipsed only by the love letters he wrote, filled with hope and longing. When his beloved received the last letter, filled with his dreams of a future together, she felt his spirit wrap around her, a warm embrace that even death could not sever. She spent her days sharing those letters with the world, showing that love is a powerful testament, one that continues to inspire even when its bearers have departed. Every love story, whether grand or humble, bears witness to the truth that love transcends death. It travels through time, like a river flowing endlessly, refusing to be dammed. Each tale, a whisper in the dark, resonates with the heartbeat of those who have loved and lost, each soul longing for connection, seeking the warmth of that eternal flame. As the sun sets and darkness creeps into the corners of the world, the stories of love echo louder, weaving a tapestry of emotion that binds us all. Can you feel it? The pull of those timeless tales, the bittersweet ache of love that persists beyond the final breath, beckoning you to listen more closely. Under the veils of night, where shadows blend with memories, the air is thick with longing, the weight of love lost and found. This is where the stories intertwine, leading you further into the depths of emotion, where every heartbeat echoes a promise that love, indeed, transcends death, forever imprinted on the tapestry of existence, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. Dark clouds loomed overhead, heavy with the weight of an impending storm, and the air crackled with tension. Soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, their breaths creating frosty clouds that mingled with the chill of fear. The battlefield stretched before them, a sea of mud and despair, littered with the remnants of a once vibrant land. Here, hope seemed a distant memory, overshadowed by the horrors that had unfolded. They were all too aware of the darkness they confronted, a darkness that had no face, yet whispered the names of countless souls lost to its grasp. In the far distance, a chilling fog rolled forward like a ghostly army, creeping closer with each heartbeat. It was said that despair had a scent, a foul aroma that clung to the air, and here it was pervasive. The soldiers could taste it on their tongues, a metallic tang that spoke of battles fought and lives surrendered. They had come through trials that would haunt them forever, each scar a testament to their struggle against the forces that sought to consume them. With every step they took, echoes of ancient battles resonated through their minds. The siege of Troy, the clash at Thermopylae, the desperate stand at Agincourt. History was a mere curtain away, and its ghosts whispered words of strength and endurance. It reminded them that civilizations had crumbled, yet humanity had persisted, holding on to hope like a fragile flame in the night. But as they prepared to face the enemy, they felt the icy grip of doubt slipping in, threatening to extinguish their light. Then the ground began to tremble beneath their feet. A figure emerged from the fog, cloaked in shadows, its form indistinguishable but undeniably powerful. It was a presence that sent shivers down their spines, a manifestation of death and despair, the ultimate embodiment of their fears. Eyes that seemed to glow with an otherworldly light surveyed the ranks of men, each gaze like a sharpened blade cutting through resolve. A hush fell over the soldiers as the figure raised its hand, and a hush fell over the field. In that eerie silence, the air seemed to thicken like molasses. The clanging of swords and the cries of the wounded faded away, and all that was left was the heart-pounding beat of their own blood rushing through their veins. In that moment, they saw the faces of loved ones, the laughter of children, and the warmth of home, visions that flickered like candle flames against the encroaching dark. As the figure took a step forward, a chill swept through the ranks. The soldiers tightened their grips on their swords, knuckles white with determination. They had not come this far to surrender. They recalled the stories of the past, the heroes who stood tall against insurmountable odds. A surge of courage rippled through them, igniting a spark that had lain dormant. They were not merely fighting for themselves. They were fighting for everyone who had ever felt the cold grip of despair. Suddenly, a roar broke the silence, shattering the tension like glass. It came from the opposing forces, an army that had long thrived in the shadows, fed by the very despair that threatened to consume them. They surged forward, a wave of darkness crashing against the light, and the ground trembled under the weight of their advance. The soldiers braced themselves, hearts racing, as the first clash of steel rang out, a sound that echoed through the ages, reminding them that every battle was a dance between life and death. Amidst the chaos, the divine battle cry of bravery rang clear, cutting through the darkness. It was a call that transcended time, a reminder of the struggles of those who had fought before them, from the warriors of ancient Rome to the brave knights of the Middle Ages. Each blow struck against despair resonated with the echoes of their ancestors, pushing the soldiers to charge forth with renewed vigor. The clash grew louder, a cacophony of sounds merging into a symphony of survival. Swords met shields, and the ground turned to a slippery canvas painted with blood and valor. Faces twisted in defiance, refusing to succumb to fear. It was as if time itself had paused to bear witness to this decisive moment, the breath of history hanging palpably in the air. Yet, even as they fought with fire in their hearts, the shadowy figure loomed, pulling strings from the darkness. It whispered promises of surrender, the allure of giving in, an insidious trick that danced at the edges of their minds. They could feel it creeping in like a thief in the night, urging them to let go, to give in to the weight of despair. But then, in every moment of doubt, they remembered. They were part of something greater than themselves. In the thick of battle, a soldier fell, his armor dented and bloodied. It was a haunting sight, one that ignited a flame of fury in his comrades. With every fallen brother and sister, the resolve of the living surged. They fought not just for their lives, but for each other, for the hopes and dreams they carried, the laughter, the love, the unyielding spirit of humanity. The air crackled with energy as the soldiers pushed forward, driven by the memories of those lost and the unquenchable thirst for victory. They were fueled by an understanding that the battle was not merely against a force of darkness, but against the very essence of despair that threatened to engulf their world. Each strike was a declaration of their will to live, to love, to find joy even in the face of death. In this final clash, history seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the outcome that would shape the future. It was not just a struggle for survival. It was a lesson that echoed through the ages. The fight against despair was not singular. It was a testament to what it meant to be human, to stand firm against the tide, to embrace the light even when shadows encroached. Just as it seemed all hope would be lost, a rallying cry pierced the din of battle, a voice that rose above the chaos, igniting a spark of resilience. Everyone turned toward the sound, their hearts alighting with a fervor that shook the very ground beneath them. Hope was a force unto itself, and it surged through them like a tidal wave, ready to crash against the forces of darkness and despair. In a world bathed in shadows, where the whisper of leaves blended with the cries of forgotten souls, Proserpina stood at the crossroads of life and death. Her myth, a haunting melody, echoed through the ages, stirring the souls of those who dared to listen. The stories spun around her like the delicate threads of a spider's web, capturing the hearts of many who sought to understand the intricate dance between love and loss. The ancient Romans, with their grand temples and vibrant festivals, found solace in Proserpina's tale. For her, each spring was a promise of life reborn, while each autumn signaled the inevitable return of death's cold embrace. This duality, this thrilling tension, became a cornerstone of their culture. Through her, they learned to celebrate the beauty of the earth awakening from winter's grip, but also to mourn the fleeting nature of life itself. The festivals in her honor blossomed with joy, adorned with flowers, laughter, and the aroma of rich harvest feasts. Yet, beneath the surface, a quiet melancholy lingered, a reminder that the cycle of grief and rebirth was inescapable. Generations flowed like rivers, and Proserpina's legend transformed but never faded. Children gathered around the flickering flames of evening fires, their eyes wide with wonder as elders recounted the tale of her descent into the underworld, a journey that no mortal could fathom. In those moments, fear and admiration intertwined, leaving a lasting imprint on their young hearts. The simple act of storytelling became a vessel for passing down timeless wisdom, a bridge connecting past to future. It was here that they began to grasp the delicate balance of existence, the fragility of life, the inevitability of death, and the importance of cherishing each moment. As the years marched on, the legacy of Proserpina seeped into the very fabric of society. Artists wielded their brushes with newfound fervor, capturing her likeness in vibrant murals that adorned city walls, each stroke pulsating with the essence of her spirit. Poets found their voices in her story, weaving verses that resonated with the pain of loss and the sweetness of love. Yet, it was the farmers, tilling the fertile soil, who felt her influence most deeply. They prayed for her favor, believing that her presence above would bless their harvest. With each seed sown, they recalled Proserpina's journey through the seasons, understanding that even in the midst of death, life could flourish anew. As the Roman Empire extended its reach, Proserpina's tale traveled far and wide, mingling with the cultures it encountered. In distant lands, where the sun kissed the earth in different ways, her story transformed yet again. In a village where winter's grip was fierce, she became a symbol of hope, an emblem for those who believed that spring would eventually emerge, no matter how bleak the days grew. In every retelling, she took on new dimensions, adapting to the hopes and fears of those who embraced her. The very essence of Proserpina began to mirror the lives of those who honored her, proving that legends are never static. They breathe and evolve with time. Through the ages, the impact of Proserpina rippled like a stone dropped into a still pond. Each generation, enriched by her legacy, was compelled to reflect on their own choices, to confront the inevitability of loss, and to seek solace in the cycle of life. The tragic beauty of her story became a touchstone for love, loss, and rebirth, a torch passed from parent to child, forever illuminating the path ahead. In the heart of the Renaissance, artists and thinkers dug deep into the wells of mythology, unearthing Proserpina's tale once more. Inspired by her complexities, they infused her story into their works. Paintings filled with vibrant colors represented both the joy of life and the sorrow of departure. Sculptors carved her image into marble, capturing the delicate interplay of light and shadow that reflected the duality of her existence. The emotional weight of her journey resonated with those who sought to create, sparking a revolution of thought and artistry that still reverberates today. As the centuries unfurled, Proserpina became more than myth. She became a metaphor for the human experience itself, a reminder that love and loss are intricately woven into the tapestry of life. Her legacy inspired movements, urging humanity to embrace the beauty of their own stories, to confront their fears, and to recognize that within every ending lies the seed of a new beginning. Through the lens of her tale, countless individuals found the courage to face their own darkness, transforming grief into resilience and despair into hope. Even in the modern world, her spirit lingers. The figures of literature, those who dare to write of love lost and found, often draw upon her essence. The filmmakers who craft poignant stories of resilience strive to encapsulate the very heart of her journey. Proserpina's influence transcends time, threading its way through the consciousness of humanity, reminding each of us that we are not alone in our struggles. Her story has become a beacon of understanding, illuminating the path for those who seek to make sense of their own lives. And still, in quiet moments of reflection, her presence can be felt. It stirs in the rustling leaves of autumn, in the blossoming flowers of spring, and in the love shared between those who understand the weight of loss. The legacy of Proserpina is a reminder that each of us carries within us the intertwined threads of joy and grief, and that it is through these connections that we truly understand what it means to live. As night falls, the stars glimmer like tears shed by those who have loved and lost. The stories continue, weaving through the tapestry of time, inviting future generations to add their voices to the chorus of humanity. With every tale spun and every heart touched by the legacy of Proserpina, the cycle continues, a never-ending dance between light and shadow, life and death, echoing through the ages, forever binding us together in our shared experience of existence. Love has a way of weaving itself into the fabric of life, creating patterns both beautiful and chaotic. In a small village nestled by the ancient stone walls of Rome, two souls collided, each carrying the weight of their pasts and the dreams of their futures. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a warm glow on Sarah's face as she stood at the edge of the marketplace, her heart racing. Across the bustling square, Luca's laughter danced through the air, his eyes sparkling as he shared tales of old gladiators with a group of eager children. Sarah had always admired Luca from afar, drawn to his warmth and charisma. Yet, there was a shadow that lingered, the unspoken history that seemed to shackle her heart. She recalled her family's struggles during the harsh winters, the way her father's disappointment echoed through their modest home. Love felt like a luxury, one that could slip away like grains of sand. Still, as Luca turned and locked eyes with her, a thrill shot through her. For a fleeting moment, the weight of the world fell away. Their first meeting had been innocent enough, a chance encounter at the well. Sarah had been drawing water when Luca, full of mischief, had splashed her with the cool liquid, igniting a spark that neither could ignore. Those early days were filled with stolen glances and laughter, the kind that made the heart flutter like a bird just learning to take flight. Yet, with every joyful moment came the challenges that love inevitably brought. Sarah struggled with the aching fear of losing Luca, a fear rooted in her family's history. Her mother's voice echoed in her mind, warning her of the dangers of giving one's heart too freely. "Love can blind you, Sarah," she used to say, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It can lead you into dark places." But Luca's laughter was intoxicating, and every shared secret felt like a delicious rebellion against the fears that haunted her. Luca, on the other hand, bore the scars of a past steeped in abandonment. His father had left when he was just a boy, chasing dreams that never seemed to materialize. The gaping hole left in his heart made him both fiercely protective and terribly afraid of closeness. With Sarah, he felt alive yet terrified, as if the very act of loving her would invite a storm that could tear them apart. He often found himself standing at the edge of the marketplace, watching her, longing to cross that divide but feeling the weight of uncertainty. As summer faded into autumn, a chill crept into the air, mirroring the growing tensions in their world. Word spread of an impending conflict that threatened the village. The laughter that once filled the square began to fade, replaced by whispers of worry and fear. Luca made a vow to protect his home and those he loved, but every promise came with a price. The thought of leaving Sarah behind twisted his stomach with anxiety. One evening, as the sun set behind the hills, casting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Sarah and Luca found themselves alone by the old oak tree, the same one where they had shared their dreams and fears. The air was thick with unspoken words. Sarah's heart thudded violently against her chest as she reached for Luca's hand, the warmth of his palm igniting a flicker of hope. "Promise me you won't go," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I can't lose you." Luca's gaze dropped, the weight of her plea pressing heavily on his heart. "I have to protect us, Sarah. If I don't fight, how can I ever come back to you?" Tears brimmed in her eyes as she struggled to find the right words. "But love is worth fighting for too. Please don't choose this battle over me." The silence that hung between them felt heavy, like a shroud that threatened to suffocate their fragile connection. Each heartbeat echoed the complexity of their love, a beautiful tapestry interwoven with joy and the threat of heartbreak. That night, as stars blanketed the sky, Sarah lay awake, contemplating the choices that loomed ahead. She thought of the women in history who had fought for the loves they cherished, like the legendary Cleopatra, whose passion for Mark Antony had led to both her rise and tragic fall, or the silent strength of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, whose letters to Robert Browning had been a lifeline during her darkest hours. Love had been both a sanctuary and a battleground, and here she was, standing on the precipice of both. Days turned into weeks, and the village's anxiety grew palpable. Luca's resolve hardened, and he found himself torn between duty and desire, the lines between love and sacrifice blurring with each passing moment. The villagers rallied, preparing for the worst, and every time Sarah spotted Luca among them, a wave of panic surged through her. She wanted to scream, to pull him away from the chaos, but the fire in his eyes told her he was ready to fight for what he held dear. One fateful morning, news broke that the conflict had erupted, and the village was called to arms. The air was electric with fear and determination as men prepared to leave their homes. Sarah found herself at the edge of the gathering crowd, her heart racing, torn between pride for Luca and the aching fear of what awaited him. As he stepped forward, clad in simple leather armor, the world around them faded into a blur. The moment felt suspended in time, filled with the unspoken words they had yet to articulate. It was a moment both terrifying and beautiful, where hope flickered amidst despair. With tears streaming down her face, Sarah reached for him, her fingers trembling as they brushed against his cheek. "Come back to me," she pleaded, her voice a fragile whisper against the roar of the crowd. Luca's heart broke at the sight of her anguish, and for a fleeting moment, he wished he could throw away the weight of his duty. But the fire in his heart burned too brightly, fueled by a love that demanded action. "I promise," he choked out, the words heavy with both hope and uncertainty. And as the villagers marched away, Sarah stood rooted to the spot, watching her world unravel as the shadows of war loomed ever closer. Their love was now a battlefield, a delicate balance between joy and the haunting specter of loss, each heartbeat echoing the complexity of what it meant to truly love another. With the wind carrying the sounds of distant drums and the echoes of laughter fading into silence, Sarah felt the tug of fate pulling her towards a future she could not yet see. The complexities of love had woven their lives together in ways they could never have anticipated, and the journey was only just beginning. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows that danced upon the ground as the last rays of light kissed the earth. In the ancient village of Catalhoyuk, nestled in the heart of Anatolia, the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming wildflowers. It was spring, a time of birth and renewal, when the heartbeats of men and women echoed the rhythms of nature itself. The villagers moved with purpose, their hands stained with the rich soil, preparing their fields for the sowing of seeds. Each action was a prayer whispered into the wind, a testament to their faith in the cycles of life. As the sun stretched its arms across the sky, the villagers came together to celebrate the planting festival, a gathering steeped in history. They adorned themselves with flowers, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves, creating a symphony of joy that reverberated through the valley. The drums began to beat, a steady thrum that mirrored the pulse of the earth. Without thinking, they moved to the rhythm, their bodies swaying and their voices rising in song, a beautiful reminder of their connection to the seasons that governed their lives. Time, in its infinite wisdom, had shaped their existence. They knew that with every season came a cycle of planting, growing, harvesting, and resting. It was a dance as old as the earth itself, one that had been passed down through generations. The villagers understood the importance of these rhythms. They were rooted in tradition and imbued with the spirit of their ancestors. Each season told a story, each cycle a lesson learned, a memory cherished. As the sun set, the air turned crisp, signaling the arrival of autumn. The villagers gathered once more, their hearts heavy yet hopeful. They would celebrate the harvest, the culmination of their hard work and dedication. The fields, once vibrant green, were now a tapestry of gold and brown, swaying gently in the cool breeze. They could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before them, guiding them as they prepared to give thanks. The harvest festival was an explosion of color and sound. Tables overflowing with produce, the fruits of their labor, pumpkins, grapes, and grains. Each item a symbol of their bond with the land. The laughter of children mingled with the songs of the elders, as stories were shared beneath the flickering glow of the bonfire. Beneath the stars, they would recount tales of drought and bounty, of frost and fire, each narrative a chapter in the great book of their lives, etched by time. As the night wore on, an unexpected chill swept through the crowd. A hush fell over them as they recalled the harsh winters that tested their resolve. The fire crackled, sending sparks into the night sky like shooting stars. They remembered the struggle to survive, the long nights spent huddled together, warmth gathered from shared stories and love. Each winter was a reminder of their fragility, the ever-turning wheel of existence. But even in that stark cold, there was beauty to be found. They gathered around the fire, their faces illuminated by flickering light, and sang songs of resilience. They would tell of how, as the frost painted the world in crystalline white, they found strength in each other. They remembered the long nights that seemed endless, but also the promise of spring that followed, like a tender whisper of hope. The cycle of seasons was a testament to their endurance, a reminder that after every winter, life would emerge anew. Time, relentless and unyielding, continued its march, and as the villagers lived through their days, they felt the pull of the seasons, each one an invitation to reflect, to honor their past and embrace their future. The years rolled on, and with each passing cycle, they became more attuned to the ebb and flow of life around them. They learned to read the signs, the first bloom of the crocus heralding spring, the turning leaves signaling the approach of winter. In Rome, beneath the grandeur of the Colosseum, the people reveled in their own seasonal celebrations. The festival of Saturnalia was a time of feasting and merriment, where social hierarchies blurred and laughter filled the streets. For a week, the ordinary became extraordinary. The world turned upside down as roles reversed. What a beautiful chaos it was, echoing the very essence of life itself. In the heart of this joy was a reminder that time was not merely a relentless force but a companion that guided them through the cycles of existence. As the festivals waxed and waned, the people of Rome reflected on the passage of time. They understood that each season held a mirror to their lives, a chance to celebrate, to mourn, and to grow. They honored the gods of the harvest, the spirits of the seasons, and in doing so, they acknowledged that their fate was intertwined with the natural world. The laughter of children echoed in the streets, a joyful reminder of the future that awaited them all. Across the seas in ancient China, the arrival of the harvest moon brought families together. Lanterns lit the night, illuminating faces filled with joy and hope. They shared stories of the past, honoring their ancestors, while the moon hung like a guardian above them, watching over their unity. The cycles of nature guided their lives. They sowed in spring, nurtured in summer, and reaped in autumn. And as winter approached, they would gather close, sharing warmth and love as the world outside turned cold and dark. In these moments of connection, the essence of time came alive. The seasons were not simply markers of passing days. They were threads woven into the fabric of their existence. They held the weight of history and the promise of tomorrow, a reminder that every ending was merely a new beginning waiting to be born. The people marveled at the beauty of the cycles, each one a testament to the journey of life, a journey that would continue long after they were gone. In the flickering candlelight of a grand hall, two figures stood poised, each a paragon of their own strength and grace. Their eyes met across the room, a silent conversation that echoed with the weight of history. The whispers of ancients curled around them like smoke, hinting at a partnership more profound than mere alliance. Love and power, entwined like a delicate vine, promised to shape destinies and alter the course of empires. History had often painted power as a cold, unyielding force, but in the presence of true love, it became something different entirely. Here, in the shadows of that hall, an electric tension crackled between them, an undeniable chemistry that spoke to the ages. It was a reminder that the strongest empires were often built not just on the backs of warriors, but on the hearts of those who dared to love fiercely. Across the centuries, rulers had sought to harness this divine partnership, weaving love into the fabric of their reigns. Cleopatra and Mark Antony had danced on the precipice of love and ambition, their affair igniting the flames of war and passion alike. History remembered them not merely for their quests for power, but for the intoxicating, tragic love that breathed life into their endeavors. In their stories lay the secrets of empires, where love could sway the mightiest of armies and alter the fates of nations. The echoes of their passion reverberated through the ages, whispering truths that had often been buried beneath stone and time. It was said that behind every great leader stood a figure of equal importance, someone whose love ignited the fire within. Elizabeth I, the formidable Queen of England, wielded her power like a master swordsman, but it was the love she never fully embraced that painted her reign in shades of longing and sacrifice. As the candles flickered low, the ballroom transformed into a canvas of emotions. The air thickened with a yearning that transcended time. It was palpable, almost visible. The stories of Marie Antoinette and Louis XVI sprang to life, two souls intertwined in a kingdom that demanded loyalty, yet craved passion. Their love, a beacon amidst the tumult of revolution, showcased the fragile balance between affection and authority. Each heartbeat echoed the undeniable truth. To wield power without love was to grasp at shadows, while love alone could not sustain the weight of an empire. The greatest leaders had understood this truth, crafting alliances not only through treaties but through the very bonds of the heart. The marriage of love and power had ignited the fervor of Joan of Arc, a young girl who transformed into a symbol of hope under the banner of love for her country, leading armies not just with strategy, but with unrelenting passion. In that grand hall, the figures drew nearer, their intentions shrouded in mystery. The air around them buzzed with potential, a foreshadowing of what was to come. Their love was neither romantic nor platonic, but a raw force, a divine partnership that demanded respect and reverence. It was a union that could dismantle kingdoms or build them anew, depending on the choices they made together. As the murmurs of the night grew sharper, the stories of other figures from history emerged. Napoleon and Josephine, whose love story was laced with ambition and heartbreak. Napoleon, with all his victories, often found solace in Josephine's arms, believing that love was his true power. But as the winds of ambition blew stronger, the bond frayed, illustrating the delicate nature of the alliance. Love could elevate, but it could also lead to ruin when mixed with the relentless pursuit of power. With every passing moment, the tension escalated, weaving a tapestry rich with emotions that spanned centuries. The rise and fall of empires were intimately tied to the romantic liaisons of their leaders, from the passionate embrace of Ferdinand and Isabella to the calculated courtship of Catherine the Great. Each connection, a thread in the larger narrative of history, showcased how love could serve as both a weapon and a shield. Amidst the historical tapestry, the figures in the hall stood as living embodiments of that intricate dance. Their thoughts echoed the sentiments of countless leaders who had walked the fine line between affection and authority. Could they balance the scales? Could they harness their love to forge a partnership capable of withstanding the tests of time and turmoil? The walls seemed to lean closer, whispering tales of rivalry, enchantment, and the bittersweet pangs of desire. In that moment, the ghosts of history mingled with the living, each one reminding them that love and power, when intertwined, could yield extraordinary results. It was a promise and a peril, an allure that could inspire monumental achievements or catastrophic failures. And so, the figures took a step closer, the world outside fading into silence. The possibilities stretched before them like an uncharted sea, filled with both peril and promise. The very essence of their union shimmered in the air, a tangible reminder that love, when married to power, held the key to shaping destinies. As they locked eyes, the weight of their responsibilities loomed larger than ever. They stood at the crossroads of history, aware that every choice they made would ripple through time. The air was electric with uncertainty and hope, a delicate balance of emotions that made it impossible to look away. Time, like the flickering candles, moved fluidly around them, urging them to embrace the unpredictable journey that lay ahead. And in that defining moment, as the walls of the hall whispered secrets of the past, the two figures leaned in closer, their lives poised to intertwine in a tapestry woven of love and power, igniting a new chapter in a story as old as time itself. A chill hung in the air as the clock struck midnight, a whisper of shadows creeping along the cobblestone streets of the ancient city. The moonlight painted a silver glow on the buildings, illuminating stories long forgotten. In the quiet corners, where the living seldom tread, the lost souls lingered, weaving tales that echoed through time itself. Once, they were vibrant, full of hopes and dreams, but fate had claimed them, leaving behind memories that clung to the walls like cobwebs. Each soul carried a story, a fragment of history that begged to be unveiled, each more haunting than the last. The scent of damp earth mixed with the faintest trace of incense, hinting at rituals past, bringing to life the sorrow and triumph of those who had walked the path before. There was Marcus, a soldier from the Roman legions, who met his end not on the battlefields, but in the treachery of his own comrades. His spirit roamed the ruins of the Colosseum, where he once fought for glory. Each night, he relived the moment of betrayal, the glint of a dagger in the moonlight as his brother-in-arms turned against him. The clang of swords echoed in his mind, a haunting melody of valor twisted by jealousy. He watched the living cheer for fallen gladiators, unaware of the souls that lingered behind, seeking justice, or perhaps forgiveness for the blood shed in a city that thrived on spectacle and strife. Nearby, in the shadow of the ancient aqueducts, Clara wandered. A healer by trade, she was accused of witchcraft during a time when fear outweighed reason. The flames had licked at her feet as she stood trial, her pleas drowned out by a chorus of fear. She had healed the sick, yet the very same villagers turned against her, driven by paranoia and ignorance. Now her spirit drifted among the stones, whispering secrets of herbal remedies to anyone who dared to listen, her knowledge a treasure that no one sought, and yet she waited, eternally hopeful for the day when the world would embrace her teachings. Then there was Roderick, a bard who once sang tales of love and valor under the starlit sky. His voice had captivated the hearts of many, but jealousy brewed in the hearts of those who could not share his gift. In a fit of rage, they silenced him forever. Now, he filled the night with his haunting melodies, songs of lost love that floated through the air like a ghostly caress. Each note carried the weight of his unrealized dreams, resonating with the pain of betrayal. Those who passed by often paused, feeling a shudder run down their spine, unaware that the sorrowful notes they heard were a lament of a life cut short, a desire for recognition that would never come. As the tales unfolded, the air grew thick with tension, weaving a tapestry of emotions that wrapped around every listener like a heavy cloak. The stories of lost souls were not merely echoes of the past. They were warnings, reminders of the fragility of life and the price of human folly. Each spirit, trapped in their own narrative, sought to impart wisdom, yet remained ensnared by the choices that led them to their doom. In the depths of the underworld, shadows danced and whispered, their voices intertwining like strands in a web. Time flowed differently here. Moments stretched into eternity, and every regret hung heavy in the air. The tales wove a complex rhythm, a blend of sorrow and sadness that beckoned the living to understand the delicate balance between love and hate, hope and despair. And yet, in the darkest corners of this spectral world, laughter could be heard, a mirthful sound that seemed out of place. It belonged to Azura, a jester from a bygone era, whose life had been a series of joyful performances. But the laughter that once filled the courts turned bitter when jealousy claimed her. She had been the light in the lives of many, yet her end came too soon, and now her spirit danced among the shadows, forever seeking to bring joy to the hearts of the living. Her antics were a reminder that even amid despair, laughter could still sprout, a fragile flower in a barren land. As the night wore on, the stories intertwined, creating a rich tapestry of humanity's struggles and desires. The lost souls were bound by their histories, Yet they were also interlinked by the universal themes of love, betrayal, and the quest for understanding. They reached out, their whispers brushing against the consciousness of those who dared to listen. The air crackled with tension as the final echoes of the night began to fade. A growing sense of urgency filled the space, a recognition that these souls yearned for acknowledgement. With each tale told, the boundary between the living and the dead blurred. The stories flowed like a river, twisting and turning, with no clear end in sight. They were alive, pulsating with emotion, begging to be heard, to be remembered. And then, as dawn began to creep over the horizon, a silence fell. The souls paused, their stories hanging in the air, unfinished and yearning. The light of day threatened to dissolve their essence, to cast them back into the shadows where they would remain forever forgotten. But there was a spark of hope in their eyes, a flicker of belief that their tales would not end here, that they would find a way to break free from the chains of time and reach out to those who had come after them. The stories of lost souls lingered, echoing through the dawn, rich with emotion and history. The shadows danced, waiting for the next soul to share their narrative, to add another thread to the intricate fabric of existence. And in that moment, time stretched once again, ready to engulf the next tale, the next chapter in the unending saga of life and its haunting echoes. The wind howled through the ancient trees, their gnarled branches casting long shadows that danced eerily across the old cobblestone path. It was a night draped in mystery and sorrow, where the air felt thick with the whispers of souls who had walked the earth long ago. Somewhere in the depths of this timeless place, a heart still beat for a love that death had tried to steal, yet could never fully extinguish. In the thick of a quaint English village, tucked away behind ivy-covered walls, stood a small graveyard. It was here, amid the weathered tombstones and creeping ivy, that the story of Eleanor and Thomas began to unfold. Eleanor, a spirited woman of the 19th century, had once danced under the stars, her laughter echoing through the lush meadows. She had been promised a life filled with joy, entirely devoted to her soulmate, Thomas, a humble blacksmith whose hands bore the marks of his labor and love. Their love was as pure as the moon's glow, illuminating the dark corners of their lives. They exchanged vows under an ancient oak tree, swearing to stand by each other through thick and thin. But fate is often cruel, and just as they began to weave dreams of a future together, the clouds of misfortune rolled in. Thomas fell ill, his body succumbing to a fever that came swiftly and took him away from Eleanor's side. The village mourned, but no one felt the weight of loss as she did. The world dimmed, color fading to gray as she stood over his grave, heart shattered, whispering promises that only the wind could carry. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, yet Eleanor's love remained undying, a beacon of hope dancing in the shadows of despair. She visited his grave daily, leaving fresh flowers, letters filled with her dreams, and tokens of their shared life. With each visit, she felt his presence linger, a warmth that enveloped her like a familiar embrace, even in the chill of the graveyard air. It was said that some loved ones never truly leave, their spirits forever tethered to the hearts that beat for them. As the seasons changed, Eleanor began to notice something peculiar. At twilight, as the sun dipped below the horizon, she could see a flicker of light near Thomas's grave. At first, she thought her mind was playing tricks on her, but the glow persisted, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Curiosity mixed with fear compelled her to stay, and on one fateful evening, she felt an undeniable urge to speak. "Thomas, are you there?" Her voice trembled, a fragile whisper carried away by the cool night air. The light flickered again, almost as if responding to her call. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she dared to believe that love was more powerful than death. As the moon rose higher, bathing the graveyard in silver, she felt a presence beside her. Not just a memory, but a tangible connection that spanned the great divide between life and the afterlife. The whispers of the past mingled with her heartbeat, each thrum echoing the promise they had made under that ancient oak. But Eleanor was not alone in her mourning. The village had its share of legends, tales of love so profound that it defied the boundaries of existence. Generations spoke of the star-crossed lovers whose souls converged beyond the grave, and it was said that their love would guide the living through their darkest hours. They were not mere stories. They were the lifeblood of every romantic heart that sought solace in the idea of eternal bonds. One evening, driven by an insatiable desire to connect with Thomas, Eleanor brought a small candle and lit it next to his gravestone. "If you can feel me, if you can hear me, show me a sign," she pleaded. As she lowered her head, the wind picked up, swirling around her, and the flame flickered wildly. In that moment, she felt a rush of warmth envelop her, as though Thomas's spirit had wrapped her in his love once more. From that night on, the flickering light became a beacon of hope, drawing her back night after night. Villagers began to notice the glow, whispering about the woman who spoke to the dead, who seemed to draw strength from an invisible bond. They were fascinated, some even vexed by the power of her love, while others felt a longing to grasp that kind of connection, a love that lingered even after life's cruel separation. Years passed, and Eleanor grew older, yet her heart remained entwined with Thomas's spirit. The scent of lilacs filled the air each spring, a reminder of their laughter and stolen kisses. The village became a tapestry of tales, stories told around cozy fires on cold winter nights, where young and old alike marveled at the idea of love that transcended time. Then came the day that Eleanor felt her own strength waning. She was no longer the vibrant woman who danced through the meadows. She had become a shadow of her former self. Yet in her heart, she knew that she would soon join Thomas. As she lay in her bed, the world around her fading, she felt an overwhelming sense of peace wash over her. The flickering light in the graveyard was calling to her, promising a reunion that was as inevitable as the dawn. With her final breath, she whispered his name, and in that moment, the boundary between life and death blurred. The village awoke to find Eleanor's absence felt like a gentle breeze carrying their memories away. They gathered at the graveyard, where the candle she had lit for Thomas flickered still, a testament to a love that had defied the grave. In the years that followed, the villagers spoke of that eternal bond, marveling at how love could stretch across realms. They shared stories of Eleanor and Thomas, sparking hope in hearts longing for connection. After all, love, like the glow of a candle, flickers on, an unyielding light in the darkness, a promise that even in the face of loss, love remains, unbroken and eternal. And as the sun set each evening, whispers of their bond echoed through the village, reminding everyone that some connections never fade, that love, once ignited, continues to burn bright, even beyond the grave.